Namaskaram to all of you. Let me first invite the guests of this morning. Professor Srinivasa Varakedi, Vice Chancellor, Central Sanskrit University, our chief guest. Dr. Sandhya Purecha, Chairman, Sangita Nataka Academy, our guest of honor. I request Sushma Ranganathan to accompany the guests to the dais. I request Kumari Sukirti Ranganathan to assist the guests to offer their floral tribute to Dr. Raghavan's portrait. Floral tribute first. I invite the speakers of the morning and afternoon session to take their seats along with the chief guest in the second row. We now commence with the program with an invocation sung by Dr. V. Sumitra.
Manushya pravikasa purtim amito niryantranam Shemushilila Vastuduruha Sundara Visheshan Milana Prabhava Ya तत्त्रितयान्वयेन जगतः क्षेमं च योगं च वाक्पुष्णन्ति जयता निधिः प्रतिनिधिर्न संस्कृतेः संस्कृतं जयतात् ज्वलत्कान्तिवन्ध्यं जगन्मोहनाङ्गीं भजन्मानसाम्भोज शुभ्रान्तभृङ्गीं निजस्तोत्र सङ्गीत नृत्यप्रभाङ्गीं भजे शारदाम्बां भजे शारदाम्बाम् अजस्रं मदमुबां भजे शारदाम्बां भजे.
Thank you, Sumitra. The first verse that was sung is by Dr. V. Raghavan on the glory of Sanskritam, and the following one was from Sri Sharada Bhujangam, extolling Devi as the very embodiment of Sangita and Natya. Suswagatam and hearty welcome once again to all the respected members of this august audience assembled here for this very special occasion. I'm extremely delighted to welcome every one of you to this unique event, supported by the Central Sanskrit University of the Government of India, curated and coordinated by Dr. V. Raghavan Center Performing Arts and its co-organization, the Samskrit Ranga. This is a precious tribute to the legendary scholar Dr. Raghavan, who was a one-man mission from Tamil Nadu and a true cultural ambassador who dedicated his life and work for the promotion, propagation, and sustenance of Sanskritam and Bharatiya Samskriti. It is by the divine blessings of Lord Sri Tyagesha, the Ajapanattanamurti of Tiruvarur, which is also the birthplace of Dr. Raghavan, and the goodwill and moral support of each one of you assembled here, which have been crucial to me and the center to carry on the Dr. Raghavan legacy since the past 46 years. The center originally started as a center for teaching my Guru T. Balasaraswati's Natya Sampradaya, was later consolidated in 1998 to continue the ideals of the two legends, Dr. Raghavan and Bala. Our co-organization, the Sanskrit Ranga, founded in 1958 by Dr. Raghavan for propagating Sanskrit theatre, continues to survive in its 67th year in spite of the tough surrounding for Sanskrit language in this state. The concept of today's seminar is designed to focus on Sanskrit as the major base of performing traditions of our Bharatavarsha. This concept pervaded the life of Dr. Raghavan, and as many of you know of his multi-dimensional contributions to these fields of studies, covering both Shastra and Prayoga aspects. At the outset, I am immensely happy to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central Sanskrit University, Professor Srinivasa Varakedi, a very eminent Sanskrit scholar, a great admirer of Dr. Raghavan, and a very dear friend to me. Professor Srinivasaji's contribution as a scholar and educator are many. The different positions he has held as a torchbearer of Sanskrit education, his tireless work as a researcher and author of books, known as one of luminaries in the field of Sanskrit studies, respected as an expert administrator, devising numerous methods to promote Sanskrit. These and still more require a separate session to elaborate. What started as a brief discussion between us last October has resulted in today's event. Professor Srinivas ji, not only showed great interest in my suggestion, but gave me full liberty to plan and design this event. He mentioned that the Central Sanskrit University is keen to pay tribute to some 4 or 5 illustrious scholars in a special event, and the foremost among them was Dr. Raghavan. Today, this function happening under his esteemed presidentship is a matter of great joy for all of us in the family and at Dr. Raghavan Center. I welcome Professor Srinivas ji with namaskarams and warm good wishes. Blessings, he says. These are all part of our family. Like Srinivas ji, he is like my brother, Sandhya, my younger sister, and Anish, of course, almost like a son. This is Dr. Raghavan clan again here. Welcoming our guest of honor, Dr. Sandhya Purecha ji, Chairman Central Sangita Nataka Academy, New Delhi, gives me great pleasure. Dr. Sandhya ji, renowned scholar, Natya Shastras expert, Bharatanatyam artist, teacher, academician, and above all, a firm adherent of Guru Bhakti. Having learnt Bharatanatyam from one of the renowned teachers of yesteryears, Sri Parvati Kumar, a scholarly exponent of the art, Sandhya ji has continued her Guru's legacy through her institution in Mumbai and has been training hundreds of students in theory and the practice of the art form. The crowning glory in Dr. Sandhya's long career has been her role as Chairman Sangita Nataka Academy that was bestowed on her in 2022. Her enormous energy, enthusiasm, and vision has taken Sangita Nataka Academy to far and wider spaces and huge recognition across the globe. Her concepts, curation, and administration of the different events, projects, etc. of Sangita Nataka Academy in India and abroad have received wide acclaim. She has proved that her life is a dedicated commitment to arts. It was she who introduced me to Professor Srinivas Varakedi ji, who since then has become a great moral strength for me and my center. My association with Dr. Sandhya is nearly 4 decades old, and I'm very happy that she is here today to pay tribute to Dr. Raghavan, whom she adores as her Manasika Guru. I welcome Dr. Sandhya Purecha ji with great joy. I am now delighted to honor both these eminent guests. Before we proceed, I would like to offer my humble namaskarams to Dr. Nalli Chettiar, Kupsami Chettiar, who is here happily among us. And I wish him long life and dedicated service to fine arts. My hearty congratulations to you, sir, on behalf of everybody for receiving the Padma Bhushan this year. It is a great pride for Tamil Nadu. Thank you for being here. We now move on to the book launch. This publication, which covers some gems of articles on Ramayana by Dr. Raghavan, has been chosen from a huge collection of his handwritten articles kept by him in a separate bundle titled All India Radio Talks. From 1949, Dr. Raghavan has been giving talks in the AAR. In fact, for the first anniversary of All India Radio, he has composed a verse on All India Radio, Akashabani, and M. S. Subbulakshmi has sung it. For a good period of 10 years, from 60s, Dr. Raghavan was invited as producer of Sanskrit magazine program of the All India Radio. in which he had produced special features, Sanskrit plays, variety of chosen topics in Sanskrit language and literature, all presented by him in Tamil, English, and Sanskrit. He enjoyed a huge fan following for these programs, most of which he himself presented, and included many times luminaries like Srimati M. S. Subbalakshmi participating. Enacting scenes of Sanskrit plays was one of the main features of this program. His own talks were also sometimes transmitted on external services of the All India Radio to China. The range and variety of these All India Radio programs are just amazing. The 60s to 70s marked a golden period of Dr. Raghavan's contribution. What makes me wonder is the way Dr. Raghavan, my respected father, accumulated all his handwritten materials so meticulously from those days, with very minimal or no manpower assistance or technical tools, and which also keeps me thinking of the amount of his physical pain from all those handwritten materials. Many of times he has done it with carbon, 3 copies, handwritten. The present booklet presents some more interesting facets of the epic and its hero, who was Dr. Raghavan's Ishtadevata also. I request both the guests to launch this booklet, which will be ready for sale only in the next few weeks. The book is titled Ramayana Text and Transmission. Before we move on to the speeches by our esteemed guests, I request them to honor the speakers of the seminar along with the supporting participants and our panel of observers. I call upon our learned speakers first in order of their presentation to receive a shawl and a memento from the chief guest. Each one will be introduced later in detail before their talk. I request the observers also to come up on the dais. First, I call upon Dr. V. Sumitra, Dr. Anupama Kailash, Mrs. Srimati Madgolkar, Shri Anish P. Rajan will join us later. He is also one of the speakers. Dr. Ketu Ramachandrasekhar, Dr. Piyal Bhattacharya. I call upon Shri P.G. Subramaniam from our Sanskrit Ranga, if he is here. Okay. I call upon Sayak Mitra. Sayak Mitra, P.G. Subramanian, Dr. Piyal first. Shri P.G. Subramanian, who will take part in the paper with Dr. Ketu Ramachandrasekhar. Sayak Mitra, Deep Ghosh, Rudrarup Bhattacharya, Rudrarup, Shubhendu Ghosh, Shritama Chaudhary, Pinky Mondal, Akash Malik, Mithun Chakraborty, okay, Pinky Mondal. I call upon our panel of observers for today's seminar, Dr. Radha Bhaskar, Srimati Kausalya Srinivasan, Srimati Priya Murali, Dr. Vasant Kiran, and Dr. Vidasena. I now request our chief guest, our chief guest, Professor Srinivasa Varakedi ji, will give his presidential address. It will be related to Sanskrit as the bedrock of performing traditions. It can be, he is free to choose his own topic. He can talk anything under the sky about Sanskrit. Thank you. Please.
सरस्वत्यास्तत्त्वं कविसहृदयाख्यं विजयते. प्रातस्मरणीयानां परमश्रद्धेयानां भारतविभूषणानां श्री राघवन महोदयानां परमपावनस्मृतौ कार्यक्रमोऽयं समायोजितः. तदर्थम् एतस्य विशिष्टस्य संस्कृतकलावैभवस्य प्रदर्शनाय उपस्थापनाय च तदीयतनयां श्रीमतीं नंदिनी महाभागाम् अहं भृशम् अभिवादये अभिनन्दये च. सभायां विद्यमानाः समेपि विद्वद्वरेण्याः पूज्याः सर्वान् नमस्कृत्य किञ्चिदहं विवक्षुः. I don't think anyone of here has not understood what I said. Sanskritam is so obvious. It is inherited. It is in our blood. This language is hardwired in our thinking process. We cannot separate ourselves from Sanskrit. If you are imbibed in Sanskriti and Bharatiya Kala, Sanskrit is inevitable part of it. We cannot separate them. Today we are looking at these elements as separate different elements. One side, in our food plate though we keep the objects in different places, for enjoying, we see them as Anna Brahma. It's Brahma, it is nothing, it is not separate dishes, right? Languages, our culture, our rasa, our experience, our experiments, our temples, our festivals, we cannot separate them. We cannot look at them, isolatedly. Today, our training, last 75 years, mechanical, very education training has made us to see them as different objects. In order to bring them together, we need to celebrate such personalities who have contributed to this very idea of Bharat. I call it as Bharat. Sanskritam and Sanskriti and our Kala, these are not different facets of our culture. We look at them from different angles, but they are the one. Madras has such a legacy. It continues to support this traditional legacy in many forms, Sangeeta, Kala, Sahitya and whatnot. Today I am happy to be part of this program, not because I am coming here to deliver a lecture. So within 8 minutes my akka told me that just to listen, don't preach anything here. Whole day I am present here to take part, to enjoy, to listen, to understand. And of course, some of them are going to speak, and most of the great stalwarts like Dr. Padma Subramaniam is in the audience, but her experience itself is a speech, right? Maunam Vyakhyanam Siddhante Sarva Samshayah. So Maunam is also a Vyakhyanam. So in our culture, you need not speak. You can experience till your that experience itself becomes preaching for the rest of the world. So we have Dr. Sandhya Purecha here, and many other stalwarts who are going to speak and share their experiences with all of us. Only one thing I would like to place before all of you. What is Raghavan for us? Dr. Raghavan is known to the entire world. Next month in Nepal, we are going to meet again in the entire Sanskrit fraternity is going to meet for World Sanskrit Conference. In every World Sanskrit Conference, Professor Raghavan is remembered. His services are remembered. And for us, for Sanskrit fraternity in 21st century, he is still alive. He is never dead. He is there. His contributions remain forever. It is not me. Today I am heading the Sanskrit institution, which is one of the largest institution set up for language studies in India and entire Asia. But in the entire Sanskrit fraternity, I am just quoting some of the excerpts from one of the German scholars who wrote this very long back. This is published in the 4th World Sanskrit Conference. It is published in the world. It is in German. It is in German language. Later I got it translated into English. He explains how Professor Raghavan contributed for the development of Sanskrit in the global level. And he explains how he says few words from his own. A theme Raghavan addressed repeatedly was India's cultural heritage. In addition to his to works like The Concept of Culture, Sources of Indian Tradition, Tagore and Sanskrit Literature, the most noteworthy is UNESCO published book The Indian Heritage, now translated into several languages. Raghavan was a deeply religious man, and this especially evident in this book. It is reflected in the choice of texts and the masterful philological translations he provides from the Vedas, Brahmanas, Upanishads, Dharmashastras and epics and Bhagavata Purana, etc. And he also says in that age, Raghavan also addressed issues of Indian poetics. For example, in works like The Number of Rasas, Some Concept of Alankara Shastra. Several of his publications, often based on lecture series, were dedicated to Ramayana, the Ramayana in Greater India in 1975. Raghavan works tirelessly for the advancement of Sanskrit studies. As president of the International Association for Sanskrit Studies, he continuously advocated strengthening the still young scholarly association by establishing more national branches, thereby promoting cultivation of Sanskrit. He says, Yatra Vishwam Bhavattekanidam. Yatra Vishwam Bhavattekanidam. This is the title that was given by a German scholars for the contributions of V. Raghavan. That means a person can grow to the height of international recognition, sitting in Chennai and doing tapasya. His contributions, he says, more than in his time, more than 110 works, published works, and nearly 900 published and unpublished articles. I think more than that, I don't know. I think many unpublished articles are still available. This is the tribute that we need to give to Professor V. Raghavan. And today, of course, in this eminent gathering where the practitioners and the scholars and the both who are practitioners come scholars are present. I need not speak about the importance of Sanskrit in the field of Indian classical music and dance. Nado Brahmeti Shabdasya Prathamam Tattvamishyate. Sanskrit is not a language. If someone asks me, so if Sanskrit is a language, and which part of India it is spoken? I said Sanskrit is spoken everywhere. If you speak Tamil, Kannada, Malayalam, it's Sanskrit. Because Sanskrit is not the origin of the language. People have confused them. Sanskrit is not the origin of all these languages, but Sanskrit is the target of all these languages. If you refine your language, your own language, one day it becomes Sanskrit. That means today it is Tamil, Malayalam and Kannada. And if I refine my language, go on refining my language, one day that Tamil, that Kannada becomes Sanskrit. This is target language. This is not the source language. This is our Lakshya Bhasha. We need to reach that goal. It is never, spoken in the common life. It is spoken in the divine level. It is experienced in divine. The rasa cannot be depicted outside in the stage. It is not outside in the stage. It is not on the dais. It is experienced in the inside. Similarly, the Sanskrit language is an experience. It's a divine experience. Therefore, it is called Deva Bhasha. It is not Loka Bhasha. But even someone says that it was never spoken, then I don't care, because it is spoken inside. I mean, everyone speaks it. It need not be spoken outside for external purposes. You know, every language has got its own purpose. You know, for all poetic purposes, to communicate my ideas, I use Tamil. This is so beautiful. It can express, so beautifully my external worldly experiences to share with the rest of the world. But Sanskrit is for the self. I can communicate with myself. I did not communicate to the rest of the world, but I can communicate with Sanskrit with myself. So this is Atma Bhasha. So one need not take Sanskrit for competitions. No? Sanskrit never stands for competition. So this is Matra Bhasha. It's inside. And it is Vak. This is not language, this is speech. This is Vak. Vak is not Bhasha. Vak is inside. Therefore, we need to understand the beauty of Sanskrit is Nada. Therefore, it is music. Sanskrit is Rasa. Therefore, it is experience. Without Sanskrit, we cannot, revive our Sanskriti. Just giving is an action. Giving is an action. It can be done through my hands. I can give. But dana cannot happen. Dana comes from my mind. It is mentally done. It is not physical object. Just by transferring my one object to the other person by hand, it never becomes dana. It becomes giving. So Sanskrit brings these nuances. If you miss the dana, concept of dana, then you never will not have any experience of dana. So dana is a unique concept. Similarly, action, taking action is not simple karma. Karma is different, because karma brings certain concept of renunciation. The phalatyaga becomes, if you don't do phalatyaga, then it is not a karma. And karma, when it becomes yajna, when it is collectively done, when the result of the karma is shared with everyone, that becomes yajna. If we lose karma and if we lose yajna, the ideas are lost and Sanskrit is lost. If Sanskrit is lost, Sanskriti is lost. So we cannot bring all these ideas through English, through any other languages. Dana is only dana. Yajna is only yajna. It is yajna, dana, tapa, karma. These are Sanskrit. These are the words that are given by Sanskrit. This is the contribution of Sanskrit. Similarly, today we are in the realm of art. Rasa, raso vaisaha, right? Rasa cannot be brought through any other word. Rasa word is not technical. It is so beautifully set. The nada of rasa itself, rasa, itself is rasa. Right? You cannot bring it through any other word. And ananda, rasa, you cannot replace them. If you replace them, that rasa won't become rasa. Right? Rasa is rasa because it is expressed through rasa, these two nadas. So ra and sa are not, they are divine words, they are divine letters, they are divine nadas. You cannot replace them. Therefore, in our ancient times, in our sutras, we start with atha. Atha, akaraha, thakara. Atha, why atha? You cannot replace with any other similar paryaya shabda. If I say atha can be replaced with any other, alternative words, that never becomes sutra. Atha means atha. Similarly, rasa means rasa. Therefore, Sanskrit is not only bedrock, it is the music, it is the dance, it is the experience. Therefore, today I am here, I just shared my own experience, and it is said in Nadaha Brahmeti Shabdasya Prathamam Tattvamishyate Yatas Sanyayate Girtihi Nrityamityadibhir Gunaihi. Natya Shastra says this one shloka itself is enough to understand the importance of Sanskrit, because Sanskrit is Nada. So it comes from Nada, it is Brahma, it is everything. Today we need to bring this idea to the young generation. Many people ask me, why Sanskrit? If you get the knowledge through translation, once knowledge is understood, then why Sanskrit? I would tell them, if you translate, it becomes information. It is not knowledge. Gayatri mantra cannot be translated and recited in translated form, and then you will get the same phala. You cannot, because it's a mantra, and Gayatri is a mantra. The power is given by the rishis after repeating many times in the transit level. Therefore, Gayatri will give you lot of phala, but translation of Gayatri will not give that phala. So, if you really want to enjoy that phala, you should recite Gayatri. You cannot, just by translation of Gayatri, you cannot do japa and get the result. Similarly, Sanskrit is such a language. It is not language, it is mantra. Therefore, you cannot just translate it. It is information. You will get definitely good information. But if you want really knowledge, and if you want wisdom of that, then you should really have that. One need not be a very thorough Pandit. All need not be a Raghavan, right? So, Raghavan is unique. And all need not be Pandits also. And everyone need not be the scholars like sitting here. And everyone is a great scholar, sitting here. But in order to understand, music of Ranjani and Gayatri, I need to understand the basic swaras, and that much I need to understand. Appreciation of music. I should have that much of knowledge. If I don't understand that much, then I cannot enjoy that. I cannot appreciate that. At least that much of Sanskrit knowledge is needed for every one of us. So no more arguments. With these words, I once again thank all of you for spending whole day here in tribute of Professor Raghavan, and I'm here just to give my tributes on behalf of my institution, where he was the founding member of that institution. So I'm standing there, and it's my fortunate that you have given me this opportunity to serve him, to remember the great soul of our times. And thank you so much, and please spend a day, and I would be happy to listen to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. I still recall the wonderful speech you gave on Bhavabhuti during your visit to our center last year. This was even more an emotional, full of bhava and rasa. You could have danced actually, glorifying Sanskrit. So much information. And thank you again for that wonderful speech. I hope you will provide me with a write-up for the publication which I want to bring out after the seminar is over with all the papers presented here. I now request Dr. Sandhya Purecha ji to deliver her address.
माननीय अध्यक्षः, विद्वत्सङ्घः, संस्कृतिप्रियः जनसमूहः च सादरं नमः. It gives me immense joy to speak today on the topic of Sanskrit text and content in Indian dance. However, early morning 6 o'clock I got call from Akka, just 6 to 7 minutes. Remaining everything will be printed. So first I feel that I would like to approach it through a broadened vision through the Shastra, Sampradaya and Parampara, the three eternal pillars that sustains the performing arts of India. Shastra, Sampradaya, Paramparanam Traividhyam, Bharatiya Natyakalayah Chirantana Moolam. So, Let us begin with the first shloka from the Natya Shastra itself. The Natya Bhagavata Proktam Natya Atra Yatra Tataha Loka Vritti Prayogena Loka Sangranam Ishyate. The Natya was created, anything, a performing art was created by the divine not merely for the entertainment, but for a mirror of the life, for the instructions and for the upliftment of the society. The sacred art form, the performing art or a Natya, is just not a performance, it is the Vedas in motion. So, and this vision is possible only when we understand the real relationship between the Shastra, the scriptural basis, the Sampradaya, the practiced tradition, and the Parampara, the unbroken lineage. So to preserve this, we must cherish and nurture the Sanskrit language, which just now we heard from Professor Varakadiji, the soul of India's knowledge system. Sanskrit is just not a language, it is a world view, a darshana that carries in it the morals, the ethics, the discipline, and the Indian sense of the sacred. One shlok says that Shabdaksharaha smriti gunaha shastranam bodhakaha smritaha anenaiva shastragyaha bhujyante sarvadehinam. The words and the syllables that carry meaning from memory, that from smriti, from the basis of the Shastra, those who understand them are revered by all beings, are known as the Shastragna. To our younger generation, I say this. In an age of this rapid globalization, Sanskrit is just not a burden from the past. It is a beacon for the future. It gives us the clarity of the thought, depth of the character, and a rooted sense of self. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. Dharma protects those who protect it. Youngsters to rely on translations. People are 90% of the students and younger generations is just relying only on the translations. I request the next generation to learn Sanskrit, to understand the bhasha and the flow of it. What Professor Varakadiji said and what Akka said, Yasya smarana matrenam swayam utpadyate gnanam tasmai shri gurave namaha tasmai shri gurave namaha. The bhasha, Sanskrit bhasha is that pangum langayatem giri. So you yourself, once you understand that Shastra or once you understand the bhasha, I think it's very easy for anybody to climb the ultimate Brahmananda, the Raso Vaisaha. So Shastra are the Vijnana Rupa Kala Nitihi. At the substratum of Indian art lies Shastra, a profound intellectual and a spiritual systematization of aesthetic performance and purpose. So, अगर आप उसे थोड़ा सा हिंदी में समझना चाहे तो बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आर्ट या तो नाट्य वो है जो लोक में दृष्टिगोचर होता है और केवल वही कलाकार धर्म अर्थ और काम को समझ सकता है जो शास्त्र और प्रयोग, शास्त्र और प्रस्तुतिकरण दोनों में ही पारंगत होता है. एंड दैट इज वाई द शास्त्र, वन मोर श्लोका, शास्त्रेण रहितं कर्मं मूढ़तां कर्म उच्यते शास्त्रज्ञो मंत्रवित् सत्यम धर्म जानाति न अन्यथा. Action that is devoid of Shastra is ignorance. Only one who understands the Shastra and mantra, amantram aksharam nasti, nasti moolam anaushadam. Not a one akshar is not like a mantra in Sanskrit. Not a one root of any tree is just like a medicine. Ayogya purusha nasti yojakas tatra durlabha. There is no ayogya purusha. He is not fit for this. No. The person who wants to make the work done is unfit. you find, and that is the real words emphasize the primacy of the Shastra, where Sir was talking about yagna, dana, karma, yagya, rasovaisa, etc. The codified knowledge that defines the grammar, discipline, and philosophy of all Indian art form is the Sanskrit, is the Shastra, is our the science behind all art is the science. So in our performing art, Shastra is the foundation. But Sir told that Shastra is not the Laksha, it's the Lakshana, and which I agree, because it's really allowed. First, it gives us the structure, gives us the clarity and the rationale behind the movement, expression, and whatever we perform. So the real Shastra is, one should understand this essence of Shastra not only basis on the Shastra. Shastram gneyam tu tatvartham na kevalam padacham. Sampradaya samayuktam tattvam syadartha nishchate. One should understand the essence of Shastra, not merely its literal words. Only when united with the Sampradaya does the essence become truly understood. Here the stress or the importance of living tradition Sampradaya in the interpreting Shastra is given. So the Sampradaya is what? It is the Parampara Vahi Vyavahara Rupaha Abhyasaha. It is the, while Shastra gives us the ideational and perspective blueprint, the Sampradaya is the embodied and contextual application of those principles, and it is a tradition not as a fossilized past, but as a fluid system of experimental wisdom transmitted to the Guru Shishya Parampara. So, Sampradaya Vihinam Shastram Mudhena Kalpitam. Shastra without Sampradaya is a blind conjecture. True mastery lies with the one rooted in living tradition. So, the tradition is absolutely very, very important part of our life. Let me also talk about the Sampradaya function as the Madhyama Marga or a Madhyama Marga, bridging the theoretical purity of Shastra with the pragmatic adaptability needed for living expression. So the Shastra and Sampradaya go hand to hand. Comes back to the Parampara. What these Parampara or gives us, or as a performer, we are just not dancers, musicians, sculptors, painters. We are the custodian of the culture, messenger of Dharma or Sanatana Dharma or Sanatana Sanskriti, and torchbearer of the Sanskrit. So, if this parampara, which is a Gnana Sanskritehe Avichinna Pravaha, it is the Shastra is a structure. Sampradaya is a style, and the parampara is the continuity of the consciousness. It is not mere succession, it is a sanskara sankramanam, the transmission of the values, insight, and inner realization. And that is why parampara ensures that the inner rasa of the art is not diluted even as the forms evolve. It demands both Shraddha, Saburi, Vivek, and maintaining the spiritual telos of Indian aesthetics, where the performer becomes the Yajamana and the stage as a Yagya Sthala. So it is in this harmonious synthesis of these three Shastra as a epistemology, the Sampradaya as a methodology, and Parampara as ontology, that Indian performing arts sustain their sacred, educational, and transformative character. Tatra Shastram cha Sampradayam cha Paramparam cha Pramanyataha Svichino iti eva kalakaraha. The true artist integrates scripture, tradition, and lineage as authoritative foundation. And this integration is the hallmark of Indian culture, where art is just not a commodity, but a sadhana, a disciplined journey towards the self-realization, social harmony, and cosmic resonance. I'm talking too much, that the lecture. But when I learned my Abhinay Darpanam, that was my time from 1981 to 1986. I was sitting with Guruji from 9 to 9 and reading the Abhinay Darpan with the other Shastras, translations, Nirukta, Vyutpatti Shastras, and the creating the whole the Angika of that whole Abhinay Darpan 324 shlokas. So the first Angikam Bhuvanam Yasya Shloka, we took I think 10 days to choreograph Angikam, because he told me let's work out on Angika. So I found out what is Angika, literal meaning, this meaning, so and Vyutpatti Shastra, everything, but still it was not satisfied. Somebody showed like this Angika, somebody showed in the class, somebody, he said no. And then came the real word Anga. What is Anga? Which are the Angas? How? Anganam yatra shiro hasta vaksha parshva katitato padau iti angana. This was the shlok given, and then the movement was created based on the Shastra. How the Shastra helps you to curate, like Kutsitam Beram Yasya Saha Kuberaha, Vru Unan Varunaha. Varuna, people do Pataka, Shekara, Hasta, and but he said Vru Unan is the one who is the king of the water. So the water was created and then the king. Ayudhas are there. So the creation of the movement lies in your knowledge. So, in today's rapidly transforming aesthetic landscape, where modernity challenges continuity, the reaffirmation of this tri-party model is very much essential, not as a rigid conservatism, but as a dynamic rootedness. Puratanam navinatvena sampradattam hi chiram jivitam bhavati. That which is ancient, when reinterpreted with the contemporary relevance, becomes the timeless. And let our efforts in the scholarship, pedagogy, and performance re-establish the tri-party wisdom, not as a legacy, but as the living civilization ethics. Asmin sadhanayam yatra kalakaraha yogi prastuti yagyaha rasaha param anandaha tatra shastram na kevalam niyamaha kintu mukti pathasya deepaha. So let us preserve, propagate, and perform not merely for the stage, but for the soul of the society and to the I have got a lot of the things to say, but I think I should conclude with final word. Let us move forward not just as an artist, but as the torch bearer of Bharatiya Sanskruti. Dhanyavad, Pranam. I think that's for 7 minutes.
As usual, Sandhyaji's speech was one of very inspiring moment. She had one very good message for the Gen Next dancers or musicians. Learn Sanskrit first, because reading Natya Shastra translation is not enough. If you read the Sanskrit language and pronounce it, you will really know what the joy is. So that is very essential, learning the language. Then that is the end result for Bharatiya Samskriti. Thank you, Sandhyaji, for that very inspiring speech. We now move on to the first session. Before that, I would like to all of you to go and have coffee and come back in about 10 minutes. I'm happy to welcome you all again for the first session and the first paper presentation by Bismillah Khan, Yuva Awardee, Tagore Scholar, recipient of several laurels and accolades. Dr. Sumitra Vasudev is a reputed musician, prime disciple of musician Srimati R. Vedavalli. She has been performing in the field of Carnatic classical music for over 30 years. In addition to being a performing artist, teacher, and active researcher of music, Sumitra is a MA in Sanskrit literature and has a deep interest in language and literature, particularly Sanskrit and Tamil. She has trained in the different areas of study in Sanskrit literature and Shastras under eminent gurus. Sumitra's music stands out for classicism and depth, while emphasizing Manodharma within the Lakshana framework. Tanam, Neraval, Vrittam singing, and Ragam Tanam Pallavi rendition are special areas which portray her own style as well as her illustrious lineage. She is a A-grade artist of the All India Radio. She performs regularly in Chennai and other places in India abroad and many festivals of these places. She has also learned the art of Harikatha from veteran exponent Kalyanapuram Sri Ara Vamadacharya. Sumitra is a music composer, author, researcher, and course developer for IKS programs. Was a trainee under Sangita Natya Academy's project for Pallavi rendering taught by Professor B. Krishnamurthy. Sumitra has many publications to her credit, has traveled widely in India and abroad for conferences, seminars, lecture demonstrations, and workshops. Over to Dr. Sumitra, who will speak on musical forms in Sangita and Nataka traditions. Sumitra is also a very important member of the orchestra member of the Samskrita Ranga.
Nanadena vina geetam, nanadena vina swaraha, nanadena vina nrittam, tasman nadatmakam jagat. My namaskarams to this august gathering and to all the dignitaries and sahridayas present here. The topic for today's lecture demonstration is musical forms in Sangita and Nataka traditions. Musical form broadly includes musical pieces that are structured in different ways in relation to the aspects of melody, rhythm and word, swara, patala and pada. Musical forms could also be determined on the basis of the context of performance that they feature in. Two main contexts are where music is the angi or the mainstay of the performance, and the other where music is the anga or limb, and the performance, angi of the performance may be dance, drama, etc. Today we will take up Sangita and Nataka, two different contexts where in the context of Sangita, and note that the term connotes only vocal music as is seen in current practice. So in Sangita, music is the angi of the performance. In Nataka, the context of drama or theatrical presentation, music is the anga, and we will see how it is an important component in the latter part of this lecture. The word tradition refers to a continuum, a thread of continuity of memory and transmission that forms the base on which changes happen across time. We first take up musical forms in Sangita tradition. Sangita Ratnakara of the 13th century deals extensively about music, predominantly vocal. The author Sharngadeva says, Ranjakaha Swara Sandarbho Geetamityabhidhiyate. A structure or arrangement of swara that is aesthetically pleasing is referred to as Geeta. Geeta is of two types, Gandharva and Gana. Gandharva forms were part of the Marga tradition in Sharngadeva's time, and Gana forms were part of the Desi tradition. Gana forms were of two kinds, Nibaddha and Anibaddha, structured and unstructured. The Nibaddha forms were structured within the framework of dhatus and angas. Anibaddha forms like Alapti were not structured, that is, their melody was not bound by a framework of tala. The Nibaddha forms were Prabandha, Vastu and Rupaka. Out of the three, Prabandha is dealt with extensively, and in later texts like Chaturdandi Prakashika, it is the Prabandha form that is found along with Geeta. In the Chaturdandi Prakashika, dated 1650 CE, musical forms are mainly of four types, Alapa, Thaya, Geeta and Prabandha. This is also the reason for the name Chaturdandi, the four pillars of a musical performance in the tradition followed by Venkatamakhin, the author of that work. In contemporary Carnatic music practice, musical forms are mainly of two kinds, Kalpita or pre-composed forms and Manodharma or creative forms. The Manodharma forms are Alapa or Alapana, Niraval, Kalpana Swara, Tanam, Pallavi singing and Viruttam singing. Alapa, Viruttam singing and in some ways Tanam singing are unstructured forms in the sense that there is no tala framework that binds them. They may be similar to the Anibaddha forms of Sharngadeva ideologically. The other three Manodharma forms are creative elaborations based on composition, and hence they are regulated by the raga, tala, sahitya and other structural aspect of the chosen composition. I will not illustrate them here, but will move on to the characteristics of Nibaddha form, Prabandha, as described by Sharngadeva and the Chaturdandi Prakashika. We mentioned earlier that Prabandha is bound by dhatus and angas. Dhatus refers to sectional divisions. They are four in number, Udgraha, Melapaka, Dhruva and Abhoga. Prabandhas are categorized into three types according to the number of dhatus in them, namely Dvidhatu, Tridhatu and Chaturdhatu Prabandhas. Angas or components are six, Swara, Biruda, Pada, Tena, Pata and Tala. We shall quickly see what these six are. Swara refers to all kinds of melodic components, including swaras, gamaka, raga, etc. Pada is the sahitya or the lyrical component. Biruda specifically refers to those words that praise the qualities of the hero and are in Sambodhana Vibhakti. Tenaka refers to the use of the word tena in the compositions. Pata is the use of syllables that relate to vadya, instrumental and percussion. Venkatamakhin gives examples of pata as syllables like taka, tana, dhina, kina, etc. Tala refers to the rendition of rhythm through movements of the hand. Prabandhas are of 5 jatis on the basis of the number of angas that are found in them. This framework laid down in Sangita Ratnakara is followed closely by Venkatamakhin, who says, Shadangair lakshitaihi itham chaturbhir dhatubhishchayaha nibaddhaha swara sandarbhaha sa prabandha iti sthitam. The melodic arrangement bound by 4 dhatus and 6 angas is called prabandha, he says. As we move to the Kalpita forms of present day Carnatic music, we see that many points are retained in the continuity of the tradition, while of course there are many changes too. Firstly, let us see what the musical forms of present day are based on. Carnatic music, for that matter, Indian music itself, be it Carnatic or Hindustani, is commonly known as raga music. Matanga, the author of an earlier work Brihadeshi, defines raga as yosau dhvani visheshastu swara varna vibhushitaha ranjako janachittanam sa ragaha kathito budhaihi. Raga is that distinctly beautiful sound, dhvani, that is adorned by swara, varna, etc., and is pleasing to the listeners' hearts. Building on this statement, we see today that raga is that which comprises of various features like a specific swara arrangement, commonly called aroha and avaroha, phrases that depict the raga's form. And these phrases in turn are made up of swaras, their subtle microtonal variations, gamakas or movements that embellish the melodic phrase, etc. For example, when we take a raga called Shankara Bharanam, it has a specific swara arrangement. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa sa ni da pa ma ga ri sa. And then it has characteristic phrases. Ta da ra na ra na na ra ta da ra na ra ra na. So in these phrases, if we observe the swaras, there are a set of swaras which, and within the phrase, the melodic movements, the gamakas, and the subtle microtonal variations all form a complex set. Tadara sada pa ma ga ma. So this phrase is already loaded with microtonal variations, subtleties, and gamakas. And thus, raga has a melodic form, or is a melodic form, that combines in itself all these features. Seen from the perspective of musical forms, today, raga is that fundamental melodic material that allows for musical structures to be created with it. Like mrit, that allows for itself to be manifested in different forms like pot, etc. Raga is also that melodic concept which is explored through the whole gamut of musical forms. We could say that just as kavya is a mode of expression and exploration of rasa and rasa anubhuti, similarly, musical forms are all modes of expression of the melodic beauty and aesthetic of the raga. And raga rasa anubhuti is what is desired from the performance of all these musical forms and compositions. Now let us look at the other kind of musical forms, the kalpita forms. It is not possible to illustrate through singing the examples of prabandhas detailed in the Ratnakara and other texts, as we do not have living performing traditions of those forms. But as a framework for musical structures, it offers scope for an interesting study in drawing similarities with contemporary musical forms. In today's kalpita forms, we see those with 3 or 2 sectional divisions, comparable to the tridhatu or the dvidhatu prabandhas. Among the 6 angas, except for tenaka, which is not used in compositions today, the other 5 are seen in the different types of compositions. Swara, tala, and pada are found in almost all of the kalpita forms like varna, kirtana, kriti, ragamalika, padam, javali, to name a few. Tilana is a form that has equivalents of swara, tala, pada, and pata, which is similar to what we call jati syllables today. whether the pata of Sharangadeva was to be vocalized or played by respective instruments as part of the specific prabandhas is not clear. And that is why we are careful to say that there is similarity between the earlier depictions and the current ones, but not that the one is same as the other. The sectional divisions of compositions are called Pallavi, Anupallavi and Charana. To elaborate the various dimensions and features of all Kalpita forms in current practice is not possible within the time allocated. Hence, I would primarily take up those pertaining to the Pada aspect of Kirtana or Kriti forms. This form allows for many kinds of Pada Rachana or word arrangement. There are some regulations like Prasa, mainly of the Dvitiya Akshara, the second letter, and the Antya Prasa of the last letter. Other embellishments like Yamaka or repetition of word, length of the lines in a section of the Kriti are all quite flexible. The focus is on the musical aesthetic effect created by the sync of the Sahitya and the melody. Let us see a few examples of different kinds of Pada Rachana fitted most beautifully in the framework of the Kirtana. I will be taking examples from Muthuswami Dikshita's Kirtanas first. In Dikshita's Kirtanas, we observe that, probably because he mainly composed in Sanskrit language, he plays with the Shabda Alankara possibilities like Anuprasa and does not necessarily stop with the Dvitiya Akshara or the Antyakshara prasas. A beautiful example of this is the Yathakshara portion of the Kriti Akshayalinga Vibho in the Raga Shankarabharana. The portion, the Sahitya of the portion is Daksha Shikshana Dakshatara Sura Lakshana Vidhi Vilakshana Lakshya Lakshana Bahu Vichakshana Sudha Bhakshana Guru Kataksha Vikshana. To compose this lyric as a musical piece that is outstandingly brilliant is what makes these compositions amazing and the composers verily seers. Daksha Shikshana Dakshatara Sura Lakshana Vidhi Vilakshana Lakshya Lakshana Bahu Vichakshana Sudha Bhakshana Guru Kataksha Vikshana Akshayalinga Vibha. Let us now see a prose-like lyric that Dikshita uses in one of his compositions. Tvamahurishadayas tattvamiti karunanidhe deenam mamava raghuvira martyavatara. Let us see how this sounds in song. Tvamahurishadayas tattvamiti karunanidhe deenam mamava raghuvira. Tvamahurishadayas tattvamiti karunanidhe deenam mamava raghuvira. This is also a fine example of one of Muthuswami Dikshita's hallmarks, which is the seamless and charming incorporation of the raga's name or raga mudra as we call it. Here, Mahuri is the name of the raga. So, Tvam Ahuhu Ishadayaha Tattvam iti Karunanidhe Deenam Mamava Raghuvira. When spelled together, it gives the name of the raga very beautifully. Tvamahurishadayas Tattvam iti Karunanidhe. The use of long compounds in musical pieces without diminishing the beauty and the musicality of the song is a real challenge that Dikshita complete Ranga's plays are designed and the kind of emphasis that is given to music elements in their performance. Hence, I take this opportunity to share my understanding of the importance of music in theatrical performances as part of ancient Indian theatre. I also offer my humble pranams to Dr. Raghavan, the visionary whose writings and plays form the backbone of Sanskritaranga till date. We briefly look at the description of music and musical forms as a component of drama in the Natya Shastra and move on to the application of those principles in the plays of Sanskritaranga. Bharata says, Gite prayatnaha prathamastu karyaha shayyam hi natyasya vadanti geetam gitepi vadyepi cha samprayukte natya prayogo na vipatti meti. Effort should be made towards organizing the musical aspect as it stabilizes the drama production. And when vocal and instrumental music are employed, the play is assured of success. From the above verse, we see that Bharata holds music as an essential component of theatrical production of his time. According to Bharata, rasa or aesthetic bliss is the ultimate essence and purpose of Natya presentation. And the stage production of the same is carefully designed to this end. In the 29th chapter of the Natya Shastra, he talks about jatis that are to be employed to evoke particular rasas. He also says that melodies with the profuse use of specific swaras is helpful for evoking specific rasas. Madhyama and Panchama for Shringara and Hasya, Shadja and Rishabha for Veera, Raudra and Adbhuta, Gandhara and Nishada for Karuna, Dhaivata for Bhayanaka and Vibhatsa. This is an important point that differentiates musical forms performed in the context of Sangita and Natya or Nataka. In the context where music is the Angi, the purpose of the performance of musical forms is to explore and experience the beauty of the raga, both for the singer and the rasika. In the context of drama, Natya rasa is the ultimate purpose, and music as an anga is performed with the objective of the Natya rasa in mind. The musical forms are structured in terms of the melody, meter, and lyric in such a manner as to enhance and embellish the dramatic context and thereby aid in the ultimate evocation of Natya rasa. This is iterated when Bharata, after describing the melodic features like Varna and Alankara, Swara movements and permutations of Swara patterns, he says, Yasmad arthanurupa hi dhruva karya arthadarshika varnanam tu punak karyam krishatvam pada samshrayam. In the dhruva songs, the melodic movements must be within the bounds of the word and its contextual connotation in the drama. The movements must not overshadow the intent of the words. In his detailed writings about Kalidasa's plays, Dr. Raghavan emphatically says that these are not only literary works of great value, but are meant to be stage productions. He quotes instances from Shakuntalam, from which it is very clear that the dramatist intended it for a stage production. Dr. Raghavan mentions that producing these plays on stage in the present day were key to reviving the salient features of what we call ancient Indian theatre. In the productions written and directed by him, he took care to have music and dance as essential components as intended in the Natya Shastra. Many instances have been quoted by the great musicians who took an active part in Sanskritarang's plays and worked under Dr. Raghavan's guidance. Foremost among them, Shri B. Krishnamurti and my Guru Srimati R. Vedavalli. Dr. Raghavan, they say, would choose appropriate ragas for verses according to the context and the content of the verse, and so on. A classic example is the choice of Raga Jhankara Dhwani for a verse involving a bee's movement in Shakuntalam. Here, it is noted that the name of the raga, Jhankara Dhwani, meaning the humming sound of the bee, adds to the aptness of the choice, while the vivadi or the dissonant note in the melody effectively brings out the hero's vexation at the good fortune of the bee who is hovering near Shakuntala's lip. Chalapangam drishtim sprushasi bahusho pathumatim rahasyakhyaiva swanasi mridu karnantikacharaha karau vyadhumvatyaha pibasi rati sarvasvam adharam vayam tatvan veshat madhukara hataha tvam khalu kriti. In the production of Samskrita Ranga in present day that are conceptualized and directed by Srimati Nandini Ramani, the ragas are chosen to suit the dramatic context. The singers would have to render the verses in such a way that there is creativity of expression, and at the same time the meaning and context of the verse are highlighted appropriately. The instrumentalists, mainly veena, flute and percussion, play a vital role in the background score for the productions, which include special effects and beats that highlight the actors' movements. Crisp alapana and brisk tana renditions enhance the musical and dramatic experience. Virittam singing, musical elaboration of poetic verses without tala setting, is the main musical form that is employed in the place of Samskrita Ranga in present day. Musical form itself is a very extensive area of study, and when we take up two different contexts, namely Sangita and Nataka, the knowledge spectrum that it encompasses is very vast. I have been able to cover only a speck of that vast expanse and have left out many spaces untouched. But in the time given to me, I have tried to bring out some of the aspects of the musical forms as seen in the two contexts. I request everyone to excuse the faults in the presentation and thank you for being a part of this experience. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Sumitra, for that very, very interesting journey through the topic given to you. I would like to mention that Sumitra joined Samskrita Ranga when she was hardly 9 years old. She sang for our play Valmiki Pratibha. And since then it has been continuing in a very successful manner. Now she is the person in charge of the music section. And the songs of Dr. Raghavan, which she said she herself has made, the center has made Sumitra singing 3 CDs titled Kaviko Kila Manjari, which has most of the compositions penned by Dr. Raghavan. Thank you, Sumitra, again. We now move on to the next presenter, Dr. Anupama Kailash, Senior Kuchipudi and Vilasini Natyam exponent, has extensively performed in India and abroad with over 1,000 performances to her credit. An A-graded artist of the National Doordarshan, she is credited with several publications, research articles, thematic productions, research projects, teaching assignments, special choreographies, talks and demonstrations. Anupama has an outstanding record of academic and practical excellence. Currently, she is Professor of Dance in Area University, USA. Dr. Anupama Kailash will speak on the text Sringara Manjari, first edited and discovered by Dr. Raghavan in 1951, published for the Andhra Museum. And later in 2007, it was republished with further collations provided by Dr. Raghavan by our center. And I have produced a production called Naika Vilasam, with the Lakshana Shlokas of the Sringara Manjari and paralleling it with the Tamil Padams expressing the same Nayika's sentiment. So Sringara Manjari is an excellent text, and really Anupama has journeyed through it thoroughly. She would be the ideal person to speak and demonstrate on it. Over to Dr. Anupama Kailash.
My namaskarams and pranams to all the dignitaries, the dancers, the scholars adorning this sabha today. I heartily thank the Central Sanskrit University, the Dr. V. Raghavan Center for Performing Arts, the Sanskritaranga, for creating this day, in fact. And I thank Srimati Nandi Ramani ji for making me a part of this. In the interest of time, I am going to dive right into the subject, which is the Nayikas of Sringara Manjari, lyrical explorations. Saint Sayyid Shah Kalimullah Hussaini, alias Akbar Shah and Bade Sahib, a scholar, linguist, philosopher, poet, and a versatile genius, flourished in Hyderabad during the later half of the 17th century. Due to the passage of time and general slackness of interest in academic pursuits, he was totally forgotten. It is only due to the indefatigable efforts and zeal of the eminent art historian and scholar Dr. V. Raghavan that the Sanskrit version of this valuable work on an aspect of poetics, the Sringara Manjari, was presented to the world of literature for the very first time. It is based on two manuscripts discovered by him, one in the Government Oriental Library of Mysore and the second one in the Maharaja Sarfoji Saraswati Mahal Library at Tanjavur. In the 12th session of the All India Oriental Conference at Nagpur in 1946, Dr. Raghavan brought out the importance of this work and proposed to Mr. Khwaja Muhammad Ahmad, curator of the museum and director, Department of Archaeology, Hyderabad, Deccan, that the publication of this edition Sringara Manjari by the Hyderabad Archaeology Department would be most appropriate in view of its Muslim authors' association with Gulbarga and with Hyderabad. The Sanskrit Sringara Manjari is stated to be a translation of a Telugu work of the same name attributed to Akbar Shah himself. Dr. Raghavan infers that the subject of Nayika and Nayaka had been made popular among the Muslim patrons and authors by a number of Hindi works dealing with this theme. On the other hand, the use of a number of Alankara works of the Telugu land point to the association of a Telugu author as well. The Sringara Manjari opens with a typical Mangalacharan, as most texts do. The Muslim patrons and names are included in it in an interesting manner. It begins with invocatory verses to different deities of the Hindu pantheon, like Gurum, Gadapatim, Durgam, Vatukam, Shivamachyutam, Brahmanam, Girijam, Lakshmim, Vanim, Vande Vibhute. After invoking Gadapati, Durga, Shiva, Achyuta, Brahma, Girija, Lakshmi, and Saraswati, the poet goes on to offer his prayers to minor gods and other divine forces. In this context, he interestingly fits the name of the patron in many verses. He uses the appellation of Shaharaja in many such phrases like Shri Shaharaja Nama Bhumir Abud Bhupatiyena and many more. Apart from the phrases of eulogy, there are 15 biographical verses in the Mangalacharan section. In the next section of the work, there is a detailed mention of the works which inspired the Sringara Manjari, and also those which the author found inadequate and he has criticized in his work. In an elaborate work, he refers to some of these works. Rasamanjari, Amoda, Parimala, Sringara Tilaka, Rasika Priya, Rasarnava, Prataparudriya, Sundara Sringara, Narasakavya, Dasharupaka Vilasa, Dasharupaka, Vilasa Ratnakara, Kavya Pariksha, Kavya Prakasha, Pramukha Grandhan Vicharya, he says. He also goes on to say that he has fashioned this classification according to ancient norms. Prachinoda Harana Anusarena Naika Bhedan Kalpayitva. The Sringara Manjari gives one of the most comprehensive classifications of the Nayika and the Nayaka prototypes. following primarily the Shringara Nayaka Nayaka theme as presented first in the Agni Puran and later in detailed texts like Rasamanjari and Amoda, Akbar Shah streamlines and also logically arranges the various categories which are described. He adheres to the first rung of the classification given in the Rasamanjari, which is Sviya, Parakiya, Samanya, as we all know, but he brings in many elements which are not present in the other works. Sviya is, of course, divided into the Mugdha, Madhya, and Pragalbha Nayikas, which are further subdivided in multiple ways in connection to the love relationship between the female and the male protagonists. The Sviya Mugdha is Ajnata Yavvana and Jnata Yavvana, one who is unaware and aware of blossoming of her youth, respectively. Here he says the Mugdha form is like a bountiful tree upon which are mounted the wagtail-like eyes of the Nayaka. Sviya is also Navodha, the newly wedded, and Visrabdha Navodha, who has acquired a little more confidence in love matters. In Madhya, he introduces the Prachanna Madhya and the Prakasha Madhya, which is not mentioned in any other text. The details will be in my article. I'm running through. Pragalbha, also known to us as Praudha, is described as one whose boshfulness is subjugated by love and desire. He introduces two varieties here in the context of Rati. Rati Pritamati, one who loves Rati, and Ratyananda Parvasha, one who is involved or soaked in the Ananda of Rati. Much like Rasamanjari, the Shringara Manjari also divides the Madhya and the Pragalbha into three varieties, the Dhira, Adhira, and the Dhira Adhira, based on reactions of the Nayika towards the guilty lover. Jyeshtha and Kanishta are the two Nayikas, one more favored and one less favored by the lover respectively. The Parakiya is simply defined in the Shringara Manjari as one who loves a person who is not her husband. This is further divided into Kanya, the unmarried girl, and Parodha, the married woman. Subclassifications of the Parakiya follow the pattern of the Rasamanjari in variants like Gupta, Nipuna, Lakshita, Kulata, and Vidagdha. Akbar Shah introduces two varieties which are not mentioned before. Udbuddha, one in whom love swells of its own accord upon seeing the beauty of the lover. And Udbodhita, one in whom the lover induces love by some means. In the Samanya Nayika, the contributions of Shringara Manjari are unique in this context. No other treatise on poetics gives such a detailed classification of the Samanya as given by Akbar Shah. We can also infer that the Baiji or the courtesan tradition of the Deccan was fully developed and functional when we see this classification. He puts forth 5 varieties here. Swatantra, one who is free and self-dependent. Jananyadhina, one who is under the control of the mother, like you see in films like Umrao Jan. Niyamita, one who is assigned to the services of someone. Kliptanuraga, one who is herself devoted to one particular person. Kalpitanuraga, one who feigns attachment for her profession. In the context of the Nayika Avasthas, like all other treatises, Akbar Shah retains the 8-fold classification as presented in the Natya Shastra. Swadhina Patika, Vasaka Sajjika, Virahot Kanthita, Vipralabdha, Khandita, Kalahantarita, Proshita Bhartrika, and Abhisarika. But Shringara Manjari adds a 9th variety, Vakrokti Garvita. In Virahot Kanthita, he gives us 2 varieties, Anutpanna Sambhoga and Karya Vilambita Surata, hitherto unmentioned in any text. The Vakrokti Garvita of the Rasamanjari has only 2 variants, Prema Garvita and Saundarya Garvita. But Shringara Manjari adds 3 more, Saubhagya Garvita, Naipunya Garvita, and Vilasa Garvita. Most texts mention 3 kinds of Abhisarikas. Jyotsna Abhisarika, one who goes out in the moonlight to meet her lover. The Tamisra or the Tamo Abhisarika, one who goes out in the darkness. And the Divasa Abhisarika, or one who goes out in broad daylight. Shringara Manjari adds 3 more to this. Garva Abhisarika, Kama Abhisarika, and a very interesting category called the Prema Vakya Abhisarika, which is defined as a lady calling upon her lover and engaging in an interesting conversation with him. For each of the Nayika Avasthas, The Rasamanjari gives 5 premises, whereas the Shringara Manjari gives us 8. The Shringara Manjari undoubtedly gives us one of the most detailed and comprehensive classifications of the Nayika, Nayaka and the Sahayaka prototypes. From the point of view of applying theory to practice, we find countless illustrations of how the Nayika theme has been explored in various literary genres like Kavya, Nataka, Prabandha, Shloka, Padakavita and many more. Dr. Raghavan mentions here a few examples which I am telling you. Kalidasa, in the 3rd act of his play Vikramorvashiyam, introduces Urvashi as an Abhisarika. His immortal poetic work Meghadutam presents several shades of the Proshita Bhartruka through the character of the Yakshini. Airavati in Malavika Agnimitram is of the Khandita category. In Rupakas or dramatic works like Prahasanas and Bhanas, especially the Samanya and the Parakiya varieties are visualized in several ways along with the Vaishika class of heroes. Works containing stand-alone verses like Halas, Gadha Saptashati and Amaru Shataka deal with a wide variety of Nayikas as well as the avasthas experienced by them in various situations. These descriptions were of a very human love interaction of myriad kinds. Today I chose to stick to the depiction of one Nayika avastha in the interest of time, the Abhisarika, to carry the exposition further. In the shlokam from the Amaru, the Sakhi speaks with a Mugdha Abhisarika Nayika and teases and reprimands her and says, "You have suspended a glittering many-layered necklace on your chest. You wear a girdle which also has bells which make a tinkling sound. You wear anklets with bells on your feet. You are supposed to go out in secrecy to meet your lover, but looking at how you are dressed, you might as well go out beating a drum and proclaiming your intention to all, who will then gossip about you. Now why are you trembling in fear and looking in all directions with restless eyes?" she says. I have combined this with a verse from the Shringara Manjari where the Nayika is a Jyotsna Abhisarika. She takes off all the noisy jewelry, anoints herself with sweet-smelling, smoky chandana, wears a gozama garment that flutters with her breath. She adorns herself with lustrous pearls, which are the color of the moonlight, and sets off. I have imagined that she tells the moon that the way the water lily is drawn to you, I am drawn to my lover. Give me the camouflage of your cool moonlight as I set out to meet my lover. I will demonstrate this first piece now.
Urasi nihitastaro hara urasi nihitastaro hara urasi nihitastaro hara कृता जघने घने कलकलवती कांची कृता जघने घने कलकलवती कांची पादौ रणन्मणि नूपुरौ पादौ रणन्मणि नूपुरौ प्रियम् अभिसरस्येवं मुग्धे त्वमाहतडिण्डिमा प्रियम् अभिसरस्येवं मुग्धे त्वमाहत डिण्डिमा प्रियम्
अभिसरस्येवं मुग्धे त्वमाहत दिण्डिमा प्रियम् अभिसरस्येवं मुग्धे त्वमाहत दिण्डिमा यदि किम् अधिकत्रासोत्कम्प दिशः समुद्वीक्षसे यदि किम् अधिकत्रासोत्कम्प दिशः समुद्वीक्षसे पाटीरं घनसारसान्द्र विशदं बाला विलेप्याङ्गके पाटीरं घनसारसान्द्र विशदं बाला विलेप्याङ्गके बिभ्राणा मृदुशुभ्र कान्तिरुचिरं निःश्वास हार्यम्बरम् बिभ्राणा मृदुशुभ्र कान्तिरुचिरं निःश्वास हार्यम्बरम् मुक्तालङ्कृति राजिराजित तनुः मुक्तालङ्कृति राजिराजित तनुः मुक्तालङ्कृति राजित तनु चन्द्राननालि व्रजैः चन्द्रानन अलिव्रजैः चन्द्रानन अलिव्रजैः ज्योत्स्नायाम् अनुमेयमूर्ति रगमत्सख्या प्रियस्यान्तिकम् ज्योत्स्नायाम् अनुमेय मूर्तिरगमत्सख्या प्रियस्यान्तिकम् प्रियस्यान्तिकम् प्रियस्यान्तिकम्.
In the last section, the subject of Nayika classification attained great importance in the hands of the Vaishnava poets. The love of the Parakiya Nayika, that is Radha and Gopis, for Krishna became the subject of several poetic works and texts of rhetorics. Starting with the celebrated work Gita Govindam by Jayadeva Kavi, this theme was often repeated in several works in Sanskrit as well as the vernaculars, like the Sri Krishna Karnamrutam, the Sri Krishna Leela Tarangini of Yati Narayana Tirtha, Ujjvala Neelamani of Rupa Goswamin, which became a leading text on the rhetoric of divine Shringara, as elaborated upon by the school of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the 5 Goswamins of Vrindavan, and the later Krishna Bhakti poets. According to these works, the Nayaka is always Krishna, and there is no Samanya in these classifications. There is only the Swakiya and the Parakiya Bhava, out of which the Parakiya was most celebrated. Much before the later stages of the Krishna Bhakti wave, Annamacharya used the Nayika Bhava as a template to embody the Sharanagati Tattva or Prapatti or surrender, which is the main principle of the Vishishtadvaita philosophy. Again, the Parakiya Abhisarika became an analogy for the seeker and the sought. The lover who discards all worldly norms and attachments, braves multiple obstacles to go and unite with her beloved Swami Venkateshwara. Annamacharya says, Kundalalo Kovila Kuyya, Gunde Pagile, Ni Andaku Raga, Prana Mantalo Bratikera. The cuckoo cooed on the mountain top. The cuckoo generally coos on the tree top, but he says the cuckoo cooed on the mountain top. My heart splintered with longing. I found peace only after reaching your side. The jet black cuckoo here is used as a metaphor for Swami Venkateshwara himself. And in this last concluding piece, I use the body as the cage and the soul as the parrot, as the analogy for this divine aspect of the Parakiya Abhisarika.
ఉండలేక ఇప్పుడు నీ ఒద్దికి నేరాగాను కుండవలే మరదుండే కోపగించుక బుండు మల్లెల పరపుపై పొరలేటి గిట్టి నన్ను కొండలరాయడ నిన్ను కూడిచే నావలపు కొండలరాయడ నిన్ను కూడించే నా వలపు
I just wanted to conclude with that last piece. Thank you very much for having me here.
I thank Dr. Anupama for that lively journey through Sringara Manjari, the different nayikas, with very subtle abhinaya and dignified portrayal of the examples. I congratulate her. Talking of Sringara, I'm reminded of Dr. Raghavan's mention of the theory of ahamkara as the origin of Sringara, the individual ego. If maybe next time Anupama can talk about that. Ego is a lot of the Sringara Prakasham, magnum opus. And also speaking of the Muslim composer of Sringara Manjari, I wish to mention here that Dr. Raghavan has edited another very interesting work, Samudra Sangama Grantha of Prince Darashiko. And it is very surprising that this prince has finally disclosed that whatever is there in their text, Quran, is nothing but the Upanishadic essence. If you read the translation and the edition of Dr. Raghavan, you will feel very emotional. There is so much of Muslim and Hindu Sangama there. So that book has also been brought out by Dr. Raghavan Center. And the translation had been done by our own Dr. P. Ramachandra Shekhar. Thank you, Anupama. Before we proceed, I would like to say that our honorable guest, Sri Anish P. Rajanji, is here. Director, Academies and Performance Bureaus, Performing Arts Bureaus, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He is here in two roles, one as speaker and the other as presiding over the valediction. He is again part of the Dr. Raghavan clan. He is a great admirer of Dr. Raghavan. I welcome him heartily and thank him for his presence. The next presenter is Mrs. Srimati Madkholkar from Nagpur, speaking and demonstrating on the Purvaranga Vidhi of Mysore style of Bharatanatyam. I was fortunate to meet and interview for the Hindu Karnataka's glory, the doyen Srimati Venkatalakshmamma, and gathered many details of the Mysore Bani of Bharatanatyam. I still remember that moment, emotional moment, when she did a javali for me, and I had made pictures of that. Later I saw Srimati Lalita Srinivasan, prime disciple of Venkatalakshmamma, perform the Purvaranga, which is based on similar principles to the Sanskrit dramatic tradition. The Mysore style of Venkatalakshmamma contain compositions and jati choreographies that would inspire every dancer. A short bio of Srimati. They all have very, very long biography. I'm not reading all that. Srimati Madhukolkar, senior Bharatanatyam exponent, began her dance training in Vazhavur style and later joined Srimati Lalita Srinivasan of Bangalore. She founded Sri Charan School of Bharatanatyam in 1991 in Nagpur and trained several students there. Srimati is a guest faculty in the Fine Arts Department of the Nagpur University. In 2008, Srimati was invited to establish Kalasrijan Academy of Fine Arts at the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Nagpur Kendra, where she has formalized the training of Bharatanatyam with its theoretical and practical aspects. Srimati is a senior torchbearer of the Mysore style of Bharatanatyam. I welcome Srimati Madhukolkar.
My humble namaskars to all the erudite scholars of Sanskrit, dance and music present here in this afternoon. At the very outset, I would like to thank Srimati Nandini Ravani for having organized this Rastriya Sangita Natya Nataka Sammelanam as a tribute to the great scholar of Sanskrit and music, late Dr. V. Raghavan, and also for having invited me to be a part of this festival. Thank you, ma'am. Yannatya vastu purvam ranga vignopaşante kushilava prakurvanti purvarangam sa uchyate. The Purvaranga Vidhi, as mentioned in the 5th chapter of the Natya Shastra, as such refers to the preliminary rituals or practices that precede the main performance of a dramatic production. It consists of 19 different actions which are used to invoke the blessings of the gods, purify the place, so that the dramatic production begins well and ends successfully. As dance and music became traditions of their own and moved away from drama or natya, there was a change from the list of 19 preliminary rituals to be performed to a lesser few, of which the following are still followed in dance performances. They are pratyahara, arranging the musical instruments and tuning them; avatara, seating the singers and musicians; arambha, vocal warming up by the singers; ashravana, tuning of instruments according to the vocal musicians; vaktarpani, playing and testing various musical instruments; parighattana, tuning of stringed instruments; sanghotana, playing of the hands on various percussion and stringed instruments; asarita, playing the percussion instruments; margasarita, harmonious playing of all the instruments; utthapana, raising the curtain and commencing with a benedictory verse, offer a prayer to the deities of the stage, and so on and so forth. Till here, it is the same in all the classical dance forms of India. The different banis in Bharatanatyam have a Purvaranga Vidhi, which is adhered to quite devotedly, as it is believed to connect the performance with the divine and create an auspicious and conducive atmosphere for the success of the performance. Coming to the topic given to me today, I will be introducing the Mysore Bani tradition before I talk about the Purvaranga Vidhi in the same. Karnataka boasts of a rich tradition of classical dance through centuries till its present day. The late 5th century Chalukyan sculptures of Badami and Aihole, Pattatkal, Queen Shantala of the Hoysala Empire in the 13th century, who was a very famous danseuse herself, the Belur and the Halebeed figurines of Madanikas and Shilabalikas of the Vijayanagar kingdom all give a glaring example of how classical dancing had flourished in Karnataka from the 5th century till the fall of the great Vijayanagara Empire around the mid-16th century. During the rule of the Vijayanagara Empire, poets, philosophers, and scholars wrote primarily in Kannada, Telugu, and Sanskrit. After a short ruling period of the Nayaka's rule, the Vodayar dynasty established the kingdom of Mysore from the 17th century till the 20th century, till it became a princely state under the British Raj, and with that there was a great resurgence of the arts, especially music and Bharatanatyam. Chikkadevaraja Vodayar and Krishna Rajendra Odayar from 1811 to 1868 were great patrons of music and dance. And Krishna Raja Odayar was a contemporary of the trinity of music, Carnatic music, and also of the Tanjore Quartet. And this is the same period when this distinct style of dancing, the Mysore Bani, started to emerge. Chama Rajendra Odayar, who was a successor of Krishna Rajendra Odayar, continued the patronage, and Mysore brought out many famous dance scholars and masters like Moguru Subbanna, Amritappa, Dasappa, Kittappa, Kolar Puttappa, and great dancers like Amritamma, Nagaratnamma, the famous Jatti Tayamma, and her disciple Padma Bhushana Venkatalakshamma, Moguru Jejamma, and so on. Jatti Tayamma was the forerunner of the Mysore Bani of Bharatanatyam, who was well known for her abhinaya and an elaborate Purvaranga Vidhi. The Purvaranga Vidhi of the Mysore Bani follows the tenets of the Natya Shastra. The dancers pay their salutations to their guru, musicians, and come round the Ranga to start the performance. All the dancers were very proficient in music, Sanskrit, Sahitya, and they or she would recite or either recite or sing verses in praise of the Rangadi Devata, that is the deity of the stage, in Raga Arabi only. For example, this particular verse were called as a Churnike or Natya itself. Like we have in the Abhinaya Darpana, they used to previously come and recite Bharatakula Bhagya Kalike. It goes on like that. Spatika Patira Hara Hira Hema Himakara Sharadabra Shubra Vastrananta. Like that. Now, after it was passed on to my respected Guru Lalita Srinivasanji, she saw to it that it was sung and it was danced to. So it came on stage finally. Previously it was only recited as a preliminary of the in the Purvaranga Vidhi. And this was followed by a Sabha Vandana Shloka, and where it is looked upon as a salutation to the audience. Then in Natya Prashamsa Shloka from the Malika Agnimitram, they used to sing it in Kalyani Raga, like Devanam Idam Mananti Muneha Kantam Kratum Chakshisham Rudrene Damu Makrita Vyatikare Swange Vibhaktam Dvidha Trigunyodbhava Atra Lokacharitam Nanarasam Drishyate Natyam Binna Rucher Janasya Bahudapyekam Samaradhanam. This is also danced now. So we have learned this. So we choose what to present when we do the Purvaranga Vidhi. And this was followed by a Pushpanjali Shloka and either a Ganapati Shabda. Now Shabda in the Mysore Bani and Shabdam in the Margam are very different. The word Shabda means sounds which emanate from the Mridangam. Mridanga the Shabdagalu. So I mean that's how they say it in Kannada. So Mridanga the Shabdagalinda baro jatigalige to present. So different types of jatis were woven and done. And they used to either end it with the verse, something on the lines of Kautvam, but it is very different from Kautvam. So then it used to end with a benedictory verse either in praise of Lord Ganapati, or in the Moguru style, they had a beautiful Shabda called as a Ekambreshwara Shabda, which was done in the Mugur style. So I thought I would take the liberty to present that today, because Ganapati Shabda everyone has heard and seen. I mean, all of us have been doing it for many years. So I thought I'll just pick that up. These are almost, all these numbers are almost more than a century old. So it has been passed on to our gurus and they passed it on to us, and we didn't want to meddle with it. So we have kept it as it is. I only hope I do justice to that. And then the Churnike in praise. So we generally used to start the dance, and this was done continuously. Like we used to have the Tatkara, like some mridangam syllable. Like for example, jana jana dimi 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 kita taka taku jheku taka tarikita jam. Tattalanku takatom, dheriketa tittalanku takatom, dhemiketa talanku 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 tom, takadigu tadiginatom, talanku tom, takadigu tadiginatom, talanku tom, tadiginatom tahattajam. Takkita, then the dancer enters, generally. And then we finish this, we offer salutations to the God and the musicians and the audience, the Vidvat Sabha. And then we do the namaskar. Then we do not start with an alaripu, as how it is a tradition in the other banis. We used to start with the Ganapati Shabda or the Ekambareshwara Shabda all in one go. So there is no stop to that. And the style was completely full of shlokas, ashtapadis, padas and javalis. In the later years, when Chamaraja Vodeyar invited Chinnaya to the court of Mysore, the Alaripu, Jatiswaram, Swarajatis, Varnams and Tillanas also came into the Margam of the Mysore Bani, but the unmistakable and distinct flavor of the Bani persisted with their own internalizing of the Sahityas of the Tanjavur Bandhu compositions. So quoting my guru, Dr. Lalita Srinivasan here, the lyrical beauty of the compositions, the melodious music with apt facial expressions and hand gestures was given precedence, to which totally adds richness to the Abhinaya numbers, and the rhythmic extravaganza was not entertained much in the Mysore court. So this small thing, I have been told to be very, 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 very short about. So I have talked what I had to say, when since it is just the Purvaranga Vidhi. And I have again taken the liberty, because on the same lines, I have me and my brother Satish, who is also a student of my guru. We have choreographed our own Pushpanjali. So we will do that. Then the Churnike and the Ekambareshwara Shabda is the original, what has been handed down. So I will start it now.
झण्किट्टतां तद्धितां झण्किट्टतां तद्धितां तकतझं किणतझं तकतझं किणतझं झण्किट तगुदरिगिटतक 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 झण्किटझं किणतों किणतझं किणकिणतों तकतरिगिटझं तकतझं तरिगिटतों किटतझं तरिगिटतों तगुदरिगिटतक
Takatarikidataka,
तकिटतझं
takatarikidataka,
तकिटतणं
takatarikidataka,
तकिटतरुं
takatarikidataka,
तकिटतधीं झण्किटधिमित
takatarikidataka,
धिमित किटत
takatarikidataka,
किटतणत
takatarikidataka,
तणत झणुत
takatarikidataka,
झणुत धिमित अकुदरिकिटतक धिमित किटत अकुदरिकिटतक किटत तणत अकुदरिकिटतक तणत झणुत तकुदरिकिटतक तकतझं किटतझं तकतझं किटतझं ततण तझणु तधिमित किट
ta, jam, ta, nam, ta, rom, ta, dim, takatadikinatom, ta, jam, ta, nam, ta, rom, ta, dim, takatadikinatom, ta, jam, ta, nam, ta, rom, ta, dim, takatadikinatom.
झण्किट्टतां तद्धितां स्फटिकपटीर हारहीर हिम हिमकर शरदभ्र शुभ्रवसनाञ्चिता वरदाभय स्फटिकघटिका शोभित पुस्तकहस्ता सकललोक प्रशस्ता धम्मिल्लवेल्लदरविन्द कुन्दमन्दार माकन्द सुमवृन्द निष्यन्दमान बिन्दु सन्दोह तुन्दिल मधमिलिन्द सुन्दरी संगीत मुखरित हरिदन्तरा शिरीष मृदुलान्तरा शरणागत भरणाधृत करुणामृत लोलायत लोचनाञ्चला कपोला चन्द्राङ्कित फला नीलकण्ठप्रिया नीलकण्ठप्रिया अखिल विभुदारादित रङ्गादिदेवता देवी प्रणमाम्यहम् अखिल विभुदाराधित रङ्गादिदेवता देवी प्रणमाम्यहम् 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 प्रणमाम्यहम्
ta thầy thầy đất tật tóm đít ta thầy thầy đất tật tóm đít ta thầy thầy tất đỡ lẽ của tất cả đít thầy cái đó tất cả tất ta hết tất chấm tất cả hết ta hết tất chấm tất cả chấm tất cả nung tất cả rum tất cả tất tiếng bên là tôm tất hết ta hết tất chấm tất cả hết ta hết tất chấm tất cả chấm tất cả nung tất cả rum tất cả tất tiếng bên là tôm tất thana hết ta hết tất chấm terita tất cả terita det ta đây đây đất tôm kết tất cả ta đây đây đất tôm kết tất cả tôm chấm terita gật jagu terita gật jennu jennu kukun terita kết tất cả chấm terita gật jagu terita gật jennu jennu kukun terita kundhari ketta takka jam terita jagu terita jan janu kundharita kundari ketta takka jam teri jagu terita jan janu kundharita tadigana tom takka digu tadigana tom takkana detta hatta jam terita takka dharita detta thai dattom ketta takka ta thai datam kitatakatam dana danam tarika tadanam tarikitaka tadanu danam tarikai tadanam tarikitaka dana danam tarika tadanam tarikitaka tadanu danam tarikai tadanam tarikitaka dana danam tarika tadanam tarikitaka tadanu danam tarikai tadanam tarikitaka dana danam tarika tadanu danam tarikai dana danam tadanu danam dhanam kinam kitam tarum tadiganatum dhana dhita hata jam tarita takadharita detta tai tai datam kitataka tai tai datam kitataka ta kudana kukina kutache tache kutahakadetta tadidhalangu takadiguta kudana kukina tache tache kutahakadetta tadidhalangu takadiguta kudana kukina kutaje kutaje kutahakadetta tadidhalangu takadiguta dana kuta tai kina kutai tat dana kuta kina kutai dana kuta diganatum ta dana kuta kina kutai dana kuta diganatum tat dana kuta kina kutai dana kuta diganatum tat dana ditta jam terita takadharita detta tai tai datam kitataka tai tai datam kitataka dhanam tatarum takadim tatadim tadalangu takadigu takatadinganatum dhanam tatarum takadim tatadim tadalangu takadigu takatadinganatum ganga haravara tunga vrishabhaturanga madana vibhanga natana bhujanga ekamralinga vara akubhanga haravara tunga vrishabhaturanga madana vibhanga natana bhujanga ekamralinga vara dhanam tatarum takadim tatadim tadalangu takadigu takatadinganatum dalangu takadigu dalangu takadigu takatadinganatum dana ditta hata jam terika takadharita detta tai tai datam kitataka tai tai datam kitataka.
Thank you, Srimati. That was a wonderful presentation. I am always excited about knowing more about Mysore Bani because the adavas, the setup, choreography, it is all very different. I heard from Venkatalakshmamma herself about Mysore Jatis, some of them composed even by the doyen Jetti Tayamma. I'm sure sometime she will come and demonstrate that also because it is an eye-opener. It's kind of so beautiful and so exciting to see. But what is surprising is this Dana Dhanam Jati. I have learned from Kandappa style, my own teacher, my K. Ganeshan, Kandappa's son, has taught me. I have also heard the great doyen Kittappa Pillai of the Tanjore Quartet family recite this. So these have been handed down from so many decades. But the setup is very different and very enchanting, I should say. Thank you, Srimati. Before we proceed to the next lecture, I would request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Srinivas Ji, to honor the next speaker with a shawl and memento. Shri Anish Ji, over to the stage. Anish Ji will be speaking on the Sanskrit performing traditions of Kerala. I'm very happy to introduce him. Anish P. Rajan, Director of Academies and Performance Art Bureaus, Ministry of Culture, with a warm welcome first. He'll be presenting a PowerPoint presentation on Sanskrit performance traditions of Kerala. Dr. Raghavan's connection with Kerala's Sanskritic artistic treasures His constant search for palm leaf manuscript collections in the Kerala manas were vast. Some of you may here remember Dr. Raghavan's pioneering efforts in 1961 for bringing the renowned Kutiyattam performances from the temple precincts to the proscenium stage in Chennai. His many-sided writings on the myriad facets of Kerala's heritage are well known to aestheticians. Sri Anish himself is a trained Bharatanatyam artist. Of course, today he is not doing Bharatanatyam here, having given several performances in Kerala till he entered his professional career. His formal biodata does not have this information though. So here we have an official of the Culture Ministry who is amply and aptly equipped with the necessary resources needed for his position. I will read a short bio of Anish ji. Anish P. Rajan, an officer of the 2008 batch of the Indian Revenue Service, GST and Customs, presently serves on deputation to the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, as the Director of Academies and Performing Arts Bureaus. He had also held the director post at Kalakshetra, Chennai, and Secretary Sangita Natya Academy, Delhi. Anish represented India in the Intergovernmental Committee of UNESCO as a member in the World Conference held in Paraguay in 2024, Botswana in 2023, and in Morocco 2022. He holds a master's and MPhil in political studies from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Before entering the service, he served as guest lecturer at the Center for Political Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He was a trustee and board member of the Center for Public Policy Research in Kochi. He has co-authored the book Tevara History and Culture with D. Dhanuraj. In academics, his two papers have been selected in the 20th European Conference on Modern South Asian Studies at the University of Manchester and at the University of Southampton. In his tenure with the Revenue Service, Anish has served as Additional Commissioner of GST and Customs in Nagpur, Kochi, and Trivandrum. His responsibilities have been majorly focused on anti-evasion and preventive formations. In 2020, he was awarded for the Excellence in Service by the World Customs Organization. He has also undergone training in international seaport interdiction in the United States in 2019. Here is Anish, Bharatanatyam artist, aesthete, and officer of the Ministry of Culture. Over to him. Thank you, Anish, for participating in spite of your heavy schedules.
Namaskaram to all of you. All gurus, my Pada Namaskaram. I really commend the ability of Nandini ma'am to take this particular sahasa to get a bureaucrat to speak in such an auspicious program, because she has this, I don't know whether it is a unique quality or a kind of parental stubbornness that she said, you have to be here in July. So it is like a, after that period, there is nothing to be replied. Anyway, we don't have much time. And I also did not have much time to, if I have to stop by reading your faces, I need to see you, right? Anyway, I was just thinking that since Dr. Raghavan is like a god figure in Indian aesthetics, I don't think there is anyone in the Indian Academy like Dr. Raghavan who have not touched anything under the sun, which is connected towards our life, culture, and our our existence and traditions. So I thought, I'll try to engage with some of the Sanskrit traditions of Kerala, and that majorly it is one form, as you all know. And I am told I don't have to make a very elaborate presentation, and I am not capable enough, I am not trained in any of those Sanskrit drama traditions. My training, whatever I have trained, is very little, and people still think that I am a dancer because nobody has seen me dancing. And in Kerala, almost all dance everything. So I take that exception. So anyway, since I'm little fond of Sanskrit and some of the traditions, I thought this is also an opportunity for me also to read a bit, though it was quite hard and very difficult to compile a paper. See, so I'll talk about the history of Sanskrit performative traditions and what are the uniqueness of this tradition. Before that, I thought I should touch upon how the Sanskrit is quite important in the everydayness of Kerala as a language. So before performance came into existence, we should also understand how this performance has been accepted as something to be watched. For that, you need a context. That context is language. So the entire context of the language is quite important because Kerala has maximum percentage of Sanskrit in as far as the South Indian languages are concerned. So in one of the basic Vyakarana Granthas of Kerala starts with a very interesting, it was written in 1878 called Kerala Kaumuti. So the Kerala Kaumuti Karta starts the entire Vyakarana Grantha with a very interesting salutation. The salutation is like this: Samskrita Himagiri Galida, Dravida Vani Kalinda Jamilita, Kerala Bhasha Ganga Viharadume, Hrit Saraswada Sangha. Look at the way, in fact, we all feel little offended also. Samskrita Himagiri Galida. Samskrita Himagiri Galida. Next is Dravida Vani Kalinda Jamilida. So we may get little offended, but it is not, that is what is intended. Come to the next, the second shloka. Arya Dravida Vagjada, Keraliyokti Kanyaka, Edat Sutra Vararoha, Prasudam Prauda Sammadam. So, you look at the way, Arya Dravida Vagjada, Keraliyokti Kanyaka, and let this Kanyaka, Edat Sutra Vararoha, Prasudam Prauda Sammadam. So, let the Kanyaka give way to Prasuda Sammadam. So, which means Sanskrit as the Pidra Bhava and Dravida Vagjada. This Dravida Vagjada is mainly Tamil, not the Tamil as we speak right now. The Tamil, the Moola Tamil, where all other Dravidian languages have been, emanated from that Moola, Dravida, etc. So my point is that there's a kind of a huge acceptance of this Samyoga of Sanskrit and the Dravida Bhasha in Kerala way back in even in 9th or 10th century. So when we talk about the Sanskrit traditions of performative spaces, so it is not only performances, it is also performative spaces. Because these performative spaces where we are, we have just seen the Purvaranga Vidhi as per Natya Shastra. Performative space becomes quite important in Natya Shastra. But the Sanskrit traditions, which I'm going to tell in Kudiyata, actually precedes Natya Shastra. So the performative space is not the Natya Shastra Vidhi, the Natya Mandava mentioned in Natya Shastra, it is something else. So there is a uniqueness of the traditions of practice of Sanskrit in Kerala in terms of, as we all know, Kudiyatam. Now, Kudiyatam can be defined in many ways. Kudi meaning I can join and dance. But if that is the meaning, everything is Kudiyatam. Teyyam is Kudiyatam. Kathakali can be Kudiyatam. Tira can be Kudiyatam. All forms can be Kudiyatam. So what is so unique in Kudiyatam is that it is those who do the Kutha. When number of actors of Kuth come together, it is called Kudiyatam. That is the only favorable answer definition which I could find in some of the literature. Then what is this Kutha and Kudiyatam denotes uniquely? I get tense because I'm seeing so many luminaries in front of me. So I'll keep on drinking water. Okay. So why? So I'll go to the etymology of this Kutha, Kudiyatam, and who is doing this Kudiyatam and Kutha. I know you all of you are very well aware of the actor is being called Chakyar. Chakyar has two origins. One origin is in Sanskrit, but that Sanskrit origin does not denote to. Otherwise, the Sanskrit origins of any word denotes to a Vedic tradition, a Brahmanic tradition, but I think it also has a Buddhist tradition. Because Fahian in his, the traveler historian, Fahian in his accounts mentions about the popularity of Nagananda across the country. Popularity of Nagananda was it became very popular in the Buddhist circles. And this transition of Buddhists from north to south and from Sri Lanka to Kerala or to south actually paved way to the popularity of Naganandam also. Naganandam is still popular. And why Chakya? This Chakyar could be or maybe or is another form, or what you call, it could be not a Nirukti, but another form of Shakya. Shakya is Muni in Sanskrit. And there have been evidences in Kerala where the Buddhist circles had already performed Nagananda, and this Shakya can become Chakya. The Shakya can become Shakya, the Shakya can become Shakya. Now, this is around 9th century, 8th century onwards. But this term Chakya is also Tamil. I don't know whether you use this Chakya. This Chakya is being found in Shilapadikaram. Right, the Shilapadikaram where it talks about the Kottichedam, as we all know. The next, I think I'll read that. Pattaru Nalvagai Marayor Parayur. Kutachakaya Nadalil Magindava, Neti Ninga Virunila Marvor, Vetian Mandaba Meviya Pinna. This is when, basically the Kottichedam is seen to be one of the Purva Kriyas of Kudiyatam. So Chilapadigaram is almost 2000 years old, or maybe more than that. So a rough estimation of antiquity of Kudiyatam is around 1000 to 2000 years. But even if we take from 1000 years, the word Chakya precedes even that. So Chakya has a historical rooting in Tamil. Now why? So there are three angles to it. One, a kind of a Sanskrit tradition and transition to the south, and at the same time, the southern languages, especially in Kerala, was going through a transition from Tamil to Malayalam, which is getting a standardized form of Malayalam, which also imbibed both. And it also created something called Nambyan Tamil, something called Chambus. This Chambu included a lot of Sanskrit verses. For example, മന്ദീ ഭൂതേ ജനൗകേ പരിമളബഹുലാം കൈയിലാദായ മാലാം മന്ദാരാഭോഗമധുരമുഖീ മംഗലസ്ത്രീ സമേത മന്ദം മന്ദം നയന്തി ഘനഘനഘനഭരം പ്രാഭൃതപ്രായമഗ്രേ മന്ദാലാക്ഷാം കൃതാംക്ഷ്യ മനസി ജഗലികാം മൈഥിലീ സാ നടന്നാൾ. ദിസ് ഇസ് ഭാഷാ രാമായണം ചമ്പു. This is Bhasha Ramayana Chambu in Malayalam. Where is Malayalam in this? Mandi Bhude Janaughe. Janaugam still Sanskrit. Mandi Bhude Janauge Parimala Bahulam Kailadaya Malam. Kail. Kai is Kai is hand. But that is Malayalam. And towards the end, it says Mandalaksham Gradamshya Manasi Jagaligam Maithili Sa Nadannal. This Nadannal. Kaya Nadakka. Other than these two, there is nothing in Malayalam. But this is known as Bhasha Ramayanam Chambu in Malayalam. So where do you differentiate the linguistic expositions of Malayalam and Sanskrit? It is a very interesting point to be noted. And this of course, it has a Vedic tradition and also has a great, that what you call in Tamil, that Oduvahar, no? What we say it in Autarahar. Those who are doing the oath or the Vedic tradition and recitation is quite important in the imagination of Kudiyattam. See, one of the issues of theorists of Sanskrit drama, and now I'll come to Dr. Raghavan's, is that whatever, see, for example, somebody like Keith would say that, let me try to read that. See, Sanskrit drama texts, as we know, are quite complex. But it was not seen as a text essentially to act. Initially, correct me if I am wrong, some of the theorists have said that, see, most of the Sanskrit theatre, the text are, even though it is complex, there is slightest of doubt that early dramatists were anything but composers of plays only meant to be read. Only meant to be read. Most of the dramas were read. The enactment of drama is a later phenomenon. So people would say that instead of looking at the drama theories, you also go to Ashtadhyayi of Panini, where it actually mentions the text on acting too. So you cannot just limit the text on acting only to the aesthetic plays or dramaturgy, etc. You can also look at Nata Sutras, where Ashtadhyayi also talk about clear leads towards text on acting. Now, this being one of the thought process of the commentators on Sanskrit plays and text, so people used to think that there are only three representations possible. One is actor is acting. Second is there is a pictorial representation. Third is somebody is reciting or telling the story. So there are three traditions of performative performances. So one is called those who are telling the story were known as Grantikas. These Grantikas, Dr. Raghavan says, later become Katakas. Katakars in north, Kadakas in south. So the recitative discourse of Grantikas, those who used to read, and the enactment of drama by Shobhanikas. So there are true traditions. The Grantikas and Shobhanikas both find a parallel in Kerala tradition of Kudiyattam. So not only the language, what I've stated in the first was the language. Second is the methodology by which the performance was conceived. Then how that parallel became quite important only in Kerala in terms of Sanskrit exposition. So these are the contexts by which I wanted to tell you how Kudiyattam became quite important for the tradition. But Kudiyattam as a tradition was not liberated till recently. Why? Because as a performance, it also included non-actors, non-characters. I mean, non-actors as characters. For example, there is a temple in Kottayam called Vellimala. It's a Lakshmana temple. So when the Shurpananga of Ashtarya Chudamani is enacted, role of Lakshmana will not be acted by any actor. Deity will be the actor. You're getting my point. So if you look at performance, the performance is not complete without the deity. So when the Shurpanaga's angas are cut, the ninam, what you call the ninam is also not performed in the Kutambala, rather in front of the deity. So it will be performed in front of the deity. And there is another, I think it was in Sita Swayamvar, some other play, where deity becomes one of the actor. So the traditions are so intact, so intrinsic and complex, it cannot come out of the performative space, which is not the Natya Shastra performative space. Right? And some of them are not ready to come out of the space even right now. So it has, because it has a tradition when they say it in Malayalam, Othu Pidachal Kuthu. Otha is a recitation. So those who are not at that way, it also denotes the sociological issues and also the kind of familial issues of Chakyars and the Nambudris. So if you cannot do Otha, then you may become a Kutha actor, which means the Chakyars is a kind of, not an Ababramsha, but a kind of a not there nor here too, a kind of, they are in a space of flux, neither Nambudiris nor non-Nambudiris for that matter. So, but this Sampradaya of recitation continued. And not only in Kudiyattam. So other thing was, the Kadagas became very important. The Kutha became one of the Adiyandaram. Adiyandaram is a kind of an offering in the temple. But Adiyandaram not necessarily should have the elements of Natya Shastra or even the Chaturveda Abhinaya. The entire Chaturveda Abhinaya, even today, if you ask me, I am of the opinion that out of all four, I don't think the other two, the last two, are very, very evident in, of course, they say that Satvika is also there, but mostly it is Angika and Vachika. So, anyway, it's not that they don't, I mean, Kudiyattam don't follow Natya Shastra. Kudiyattam mainly, it precedes Natya Shastra. It also follows Hastalakshana Deepika mainly. However, it also have their own texts called Atta Prakaram and Krama Deepika. Atta Prakaram is a manual of how to, for the actor. And Krama Deepika is how to enter, how to do the costumes, makeup, etc. etc. I'll give you the explanation later. But my point is, in the evolution of Kudiyattam, the complexities were quite large. We were talking just before my talk, Sandhya ma'am was talking about the Purva Ranga Vidhi. See, if you come to the Purva Ranga Vidhi of Kudiyattam, it is entirely different. It is entirely different and it is very elaborate. I'll explain to you. And it is very elaborate till the actor starts the performance, which may be on the first day or second day or third day, not necessarily on the first anga itself. Which means the actor has not reached the point of actor till he completes the Purva Ranga Vidhi, which is generally called as Nitya Kriya. And that has not been elaborately followed these days, I am told, because it is quite difficult. let me, because there is not much of time, let me tell you how they do it. Like after the Purvaranga Vritti, there are three things to be understood when you see a traditional Kudiyattam performance. One is, generally it is called as Nirvahanam. Nirvahanam is a kind of account of what have already happened, and there is an account of, is a story so far happened. It has two factors, one is Anukrama and Samkshep. And this is a very delineated expositions of each word. People talk about Kudiyattam only, but parallelly with Kudiyattam, there was another thing called Padagam, which was much more simpler and much more closer to the audience, which also included a lot of Malayalam. Having done Padagam some point of time in my life, I'll try to recite and tell you how it has been done. See, for example, and it gives an idea of the Nirvahana and the explanation. See, for example, Hanuman, this is on Hanuman. Soyam dadarsha dashagandhara mandakaritolana parikshita bahuviryam bandhikritendra puravara vadhukaragrau vyadhuda chamaramaruchalidottariyam soyam dadarsha sa ayam dadarsha ഇവനെ കണ്ടു. So the explanation starts, Soyam, that this 4 lines will take minimum 4 hours. Sa ayam dadarsha, ivan kandu. Aarana, ivan ennanengil. Who is that he or this he? This is in literal English. English translation is, what is lost in translation is poetry anyway. I am not Shashi Tharoor, otherwise it would have been much more beautiful. So now it starts from Sa Ayam, even, then goes to Arana, who is that Then it gives a lead that is Hanuman, but who is Hanuman? Hanuman is Puranjaras, and then it goes back to the history of Hanuman. Dadarsha. Then Sa Ayam. Then this Sa will take almost 10 minutes. Ayam Dadarsha. He saw him. Who? Dashagandaram Dadarsha. Then it is all about Dashagandaram Dadarsha. Then it is all the explanation of Dashagandhara. What is Dashagandhara? Who is Dashagandhara? But this is Padagam. This Padagam has a lot of, like the way I'm communicating to you. That performative space is in the temple, but it is in the form of Katha. In the form of recitation and explanation. But when it comes to Kudiyattam, it becomes a purified space. That purified space, as we all know, it starts with a Sutradhara, if it has a Sutradhara. Now, the complexity of Kudiyattam is that the Nityakriya of Sutradhara and Nirvahana of Sutradhara are different from the Nityakriya and Nirvahanam of the actor. Then, because the Nityakriya is it's an elaborate preliminary, elaborate ritual process. For example, I'll show you maybe after the performance, after the talk, so that the ideal Nityakriya is been defined in the Bala Charita of Bhasa. So Kudiyattam fraternity, they take Bhasa's Bala Charitam as an ideal Nityakriya, as a preliminary text. Text for preliminaries of Kudiyattam. So there is a Purapad, you start the performance, then, you sound the mirav, the drum, then there is something called Goshti Kottal by the actor, a brief acting towards the mirav. Then there is something called Arangu Tali. Tali is sprinkling water and making it purified. Then there is something called Maravil Kriya. Maravil is you know, conceal yourself. Maravil Kriya is, you will not show yourself to the audience. There is something done behind the curtain, the red curtain, the small curtain. Then, this is not as a character. All this as not as a character. You are still an actor. So there is a differentiation between character and actor. The actor may not be present even in the first day. I've told you earlier. Even in the first day, actor may reach maybe on the second day or even third day, because the preliminaries are so elaborate. Then when the actor comes, for the actor, there is something called Kaliyan. They have a small piece of cloth that will be taken. Then they will turn and come back. Then it will become an actor. After that, there is something called Panchapada. If it is Sutradhara, only Sutradhara does Panchapada Vinyasam. That Panchapadas will be done as a preliminary. Then there will be Tevaram. See, only after Panchapadam, then there will be Tevaram, which will be for Ashtadikpalaka, etc. But in this Balajirida, in this Tevara, there is invocation for all gods, all munis, all contemporaries, not Bharata. There is no reference towards Natya Shastra. So that's what it says. The Nitya Kriya of Kudiyatam actually precedes the text of Natya Shastra. Then, there are different Valiyokams. There is something called Valiyokam. Here, you may be aware of the word used here, that Valiyokam is literally or can be translated as Shuddha Nirtam. Not the Shuddha Nirtam of the Melatu tradition, but it could be as equivalent as Shuddha Nirtam in terms of its methodology. So, this Nandinde Tat Pravishyati Sutradhara, that then Sutradhara explains everything. See, when you start the performance, basically, I have told you it is Nirvahanam, Anukramam and Samshep. This Nirvahanam may take days. I'll give you an example of different plays. To finish a play, an act, Subhadra Dhananjayam, 11 nights. Subhadra Dhananjayam, 11 nights. Mandrangam in Pradijna Yogandarayanam, 41 nights. Balivada in Abhishekam will take 5 days. Torana Yuddham will take 6 days. Just close. Shurpanagangam will take 5 nights. Ashoka Vinigangam, Chudaratnam, etc., Chudamani Pradhanam, etc., Ashoka Vinigangam will take 13 days, 13 nights. Second act of Nagananda, just second act of Nagananda will take 16 days. First act of Tapati Samvaranam will take 8 nights. Matta Vilasam is the smallest, only 3 nights. So, but why are they taking so much of time? And that indicates the intricacies of the Abhinaya. And since it is mostly Ankika and Vachika, the Nirvahana will, see, I have asked one of the exponents, why are you taking so much of time? First of all, they had time. In the Nambudiri Brahmins, this is a critique, they did not have much to do in the night. Of course, they would have, but some of the nights they might be free, but they kept on sitting and and it is not for all. It is not for all. Maximum is 300. Maximum number defined is 300 because you are not supposed to use so much of light. The entire act is on just 3 wicks of a lamp, and the space is also very limited. And there is a close coordination and close interaction with the audience. So the audience is not required, you cannot have it in Kamani for that matter. You cannot have it in Krishna Gana Sabha or Narada Gana Sabha here, or may not be here also. It is because it has a different setup altogether. Now, this Nirvahana, see for example, why they are taking so much of time in order to enter a particular act, as I've told you, Sa Ayam Dadarsha, they have taken a lot of time. I'll give you one example in Nagananda. I don't know whether Piyal is doing Nagananda here or it's only a talk, because he was working on Nagananda, I'm aware of. I'll tell you how Nirvahanam of Nagananda is done in Kudiyatam, then I'll try to finish and show you something of some experts from the videos. Kindly listen it carefully. Jimudavahana enters the stage from behind the curtain, pays obeisance to the drummer and the drum in the stylized manner and turns around. He looks at the audience carefully, pays respect in Kamala Parivartana style and begins Anukramam, that is, goes backward in the narration of the story by raising questions inquisitively. Now you listen the question. Once upon a time, in the distant past, Jimudavahana met Malayavadi in the hermitage where Gauri had done penance earlier. How did he become lovesick on seeing Malayavati? Prior to that, how did Jimudavahana come to Malaya Mount in order to build a hermitage where he happened to see the hermitage of Gauri? Before that, being ordered by his father, Jimudakedu, how did he move on to a building to build a hermitage with his friend Vidushaga named Atreya? Before that, Jimudavahana entrusted the administration of the kingdom to his ministers in order to go to the forest to serve his parents. Again, question mark. Prior to that, how did Jimudavahana go to the celestial world and bring down the Kalpaga tree to the earth so that all the needs of the needy people could be met by the way presence of the tree, which gave everything that is desired by the needy? Again, question mark. Prior to that, how did Jimudakedu entrust the administration of the kingdom to his son, Jimudavahana, who had become a grown-up personality? And how did the former with his wife, Mahapunya, retire to the forest and do the penance? How did Jimudakedu happen to be born earlier? Before that, how did a town for the occupation of Vidyadharas came into existence on the peak of Himalaya mountain? Prior to that, how did Himalayan mountain come to existence? I stopped there, quoting. Now you got. So second act of, this is the first act of Nagananda. Second act of Nagananda, how many nights I've told you? 16 nights. 16 nights. So the Nirvahana includes this Anukrama. Then what the actor says, actor starts answering this. He's not like, not like us. We'll take ages to answer something, but he starts answering everything in the reverse order. So it will start, how did Himalayan mountain came to exist? How did it come to existence? So first of all, you all would be unemployed. There is no job. Would be sitting throughout 16 nights. There is no job, right? I'm not trying to make a mockery of it, but I'm trying to tell you, more than your time, there was a kind of a dedication as an anushtanam. And this anushtanam has all elements of Chaturveda Abhinaya. They say that it is all elements of Chaturveda Abhinaya, there is no doubt. But mostly it is Angigam and Vachigam. And as you all know, I don't have to explain regarding the Chamayam, costume, etc. You very well know about all those things. But only some important things which is a crux of this acting is something which I wanted to tell you. And none of the Kudiyatam artists, the maestros, they never allowed even their disciples to watch Kathakali and vice versa. They were never allowed to watch Kathakali because Kathakali has taken everything from Kudiyatam, but in an elaborative way. It is not like, even if you talk about Chaturveda Abhinaya, it is not like, Yedo Hasta Tado Drushti. No. Wherever hand goes, no, there is a kind of a limitation. For example, in Kathakali, like the performative space, the Kudiyatam performance, the performance of the Nada is also very limited. For example, Kathakali made it a little more elaborate. For example, Guru Mani Madhavacharya explains here in one of the videos. For example, in Kathakali, they have a more expansive space for the body. For example, when you show Raja, I mean Maharaja, it will be like, like the space is almost like this. But when it comes to Kudiyattam, it is only this. Only this. Very, very limited. It is a square. It doesn't go beyond the square. If you take a square from here, it doesn't permit that limit. So it will stop like this. And entire gesticulation follows the recitation. So that's what I said, the recitation of Vedic tradition, that oath is continuously and completely taken into Kudiyattam. It is not done in any other form. And also because of that, the musicality is limited. When you compare it with Natya Shastra, the musicality of Kudiyattam is very limited. It has only 20 ragas and 24 mudras. 24 mudras, of course, but 20 ragas only. That raga is also in the invocation only. I mean, maybe in the invocatory slokas. So now what is something, see, I wanted to make this presentation not as my thesis, as something how I look at this form and what are the moments which I think are important also for you to look into. I may be wrong, but there is something which I found which is quite unique. That, let me touch that and finish the presentation. What is important for the bhava and rasa of Kudiyattam is not the abhinaya. Can anyone tell me what do they take as the main component of their presentation? Which element of the body? The breath. The breath. The pranavayu becomes their swaravayu. And the breath, and they say that when you are on your knees and Aramandala, basically the vayu starts from here and goes up. And this vayu they control for the bhava. And the great exponent Ammanur Madhavacharya, which I think I'll show you that, you'll have to switch off the lights. This vayu is quite important and it becomes one of the defining unique characteristics of Kudiyattam. And one more thing, let me finish, because there are a lot many things in Kudiyattam in itself. I have told you there is an Ataprakaram and Krabadibika. So when we talk about Natya Shastra, have we ever came across a critique of Natya Shastra in the contemporary terms? No. But Kudiyattam has. Nadangusha, there's a text called Nadangusha, it vehemently criticized Natya Shastra. Kudiyattam. And there is two reasons for this. Kulashekara Verma was the Raja who actually popularized the art of Kudiyattam in Kerala in 9th to 11th century. And he has a Brahmin comedian, maybe like me, comedian like me. So the way things are portrayed in sarcastic way, called Tolan. Why it is important? Because you have the 16 nights, you are starting with Himalaya, etc., but it need to be taken to the masses. And for that you require a medium. Here I come to a point on Sanskrit as well. Not only Kudiyattam, why Sanskrit has become little obsolete, or what, it is not as popular as the way it was or as it should have been. Because, and still it is difficult for Kudiyattam to thrive even with the intervention of the local language, local insertion of Malayalam. So Tolan introduced this satire of explaining things by the Vidushaka. So Vidushaka becomes quite important. And unlike Natya Shastra, there is something called Pradishloka in Kudiyattam. That is what I said. The Kudiyattam performance itself includes the sloga and the Pradishloka. Sloga is being enacted by the actor and the character, but at the same time Vidushaka comes and makes the Pradishloka, because this Pradishloka actually, it is a kind of eliciting. The eliciting also happens. You will become a good man or a woman or a person only through a criticism, or a continuous criticism, continuous refinement. This entire concept has been taken into the performance itself. So this becomes a kind of a comical, satirical way of eliciting Kudiyatam, and they may even counter the actor for that matter. And the Vidushaga's Purapad is quite comical. Vasant, please come to the last one. I'll show you the Vidushaga Purapada. So that last one, Vidushaga Purapada, yes. I think it's already 1 o'clock, I'll stop. Sorry, 2 o'clock, sorry. There is a slogan in Malayalam, Onnaya ninneha randai kandalavil, undai rindaligal tirkanam. So that's go forward, go forward. Go forward, go forward. See, the Vidushaga has not started, it is his Purapada, and he's doing something very, closer to everyday life. Taking his loincloth, fanning it, taking his punul, cleaning himself. Little forward. This is famous Kochukutan Chakyar, Ammanur Kochukutan Chakyar. See, I told you the Nityakriya. Nityakriya has not made the entry of the Nada here. Nityakriya is going on. The Purvaranga Vritti has a break. I mean, a preliminary break before the act itself. I told you, after this he will become Nada, actor, he'll start explaining. Vasant, you can stop. Now, since we are already late, but I want you to watch just one piece of Guru Ammanur, where I have told you about the importance of Vayu and importance of control. And I could get only 2 videos. One video is in Japanese, where they have caught the Navarasa. So we will watch that Navarasa first. Second is the world famous Bali Vadam. Okay, so Navarasa, let's take it from the 6th minute. Navarasa, Japanese. Only Japanese had the sense to capture it. 6th minute, 6th. You to watch this till the end and tell me what you have observed other than the great maestro. Next. It is a continuous video, okay? There is no editing. It goes on. It started at 6th minute. It goes on till the 12th minute. The last rasa, Amannur explains it as not as Shanta. He says there is no rasa. No, I want you to watch one more, then only I'll stop. Because, it started at 6th minute, stopped at 12th minute. Did he open his mouth? The control of Vayu. Now, we all say we observe from the Prakriti and from our circumstances, from our house. Then we imbibe the bhava, rasa, whatever. Now listen what Amannur says. The first one, Guru Amannur. Come to the Bali Vada. Lights off, please. 49, yes. You see this? This is the last scene of Bali.
ശരിക്കും മരിക്കുക എന്നാണ്. അതിനെന്തുവാണ് മരണം തന്നെ കാണണം, കണ്ടുപിടിക്കണം തന്നെ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ അമ്മ മരിക്കുമ്പോഴും യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ആ ഞാൻ പഠിച്ച ലക്ഷണങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇരുന്നിരുന്നു അവസാന ശ്വാസം പോകുന്നത് വരെ. ഒരു ശേഷം മാറ്റം നല്ല.
Stop. You know what he says? This is Guru Amannur. What he says, he observed all the theories during the death of his mother. He observed whether it is there. And he said exactly it was like, it was not the other way around. This is called the world famous Bali Vada. And I think this is our dakshina to all such maestros. And Dr. Raghavan had also explained such things in his in lot of works. So I take this opportunity to thank all of you and for your patience. If I made any mistakes, I beg your pardon. And thank you Nandini ma'am for this opportunity.
That was really an amazing journey through Kudiyattam. Congrats, Anish. Your artistic side was really visible. I think you have training in Kathakali, if I remember well. So you could have also demonstrated some from that. But still, this talk was really very inspiring. Thank you for that. Just on a note to relate to Dr. Raghavan, last of the Arta Prakaram publication was by Dr. Raghavan of Ashirya Chudamani, along with one American devout Kudiyattam exponent, Professor Clifford Jones, and his wife Betty Jones. That was the last work. Few months before also he was working on it. I don't think after that there is no other Arta Prakaram translated. I think maybe there are. We are.
Almost 235 nirvanams have been done by Mani Madhava Chakyar.
Madhava Chakyar. Yes, Madhava Chakyar, Mani Madhava Chakyar. He did 3 days of presentations in Mylapore Fine Arts, which I told you in 1961. But the best was when Dr. Raghavan invited him for Netra Bhinaya, when Balasaraswati presided over the Sadas at the Music Academy in 1972-73 festival. That was really a big eye-opener, how the eyes could be used. That was an outstanding performance. The hall was full and standing ovation, Mani Madhava Chakyar. He has also edited a book for our Sangita Nataka Academy, isn't it? Thank you, Anish ji. There is a question answer session now mentioned, but we will not have it. It's time for lunch. Please go out and have your lunch and assemble here by 3 o'clock. It's not 2:08. You can come back by 2:45 so that the session can start with Dr. Ketu Ramachandrasekhar at 3 sharp. Please be here 2:45. Your lunch is waiting outside. Welcome back, all of you. Thanks for being there and staying back for the next session, which will be equally interesting like the previous ones. We commence this part with 2 lecture demonstration on Sanskrit theatre and its aspects. Dr. Ketu Ramachandrasekhar, a senior actor of our Sanskrit Ranga, will now present his paper, Natya Dharmi Idealism in Rupakas. His analysis will follow with a brief demonstration of an excerpt from Shaktibhadra's Ascharya Chudamani, which was a successful production of Sanskrit Ranga from the 90s. It was featured also in the renowned Kalidas Samaroh at Ujjain. This excerpt today will describe a segment from the Parnashalankam, the act based on the creation of the Parnashala by Lakshmana for Rama and Sita in the forest. As some of you here who have seen the plays of Sanskrit Ranga over the years, the productions of the Ranga, as per its visionary founder Dr. Raghavan, focused more on the Vachika, the word. With sensitive music, movement technique, and suitable Angika Abhinaya, our productions have successfully reached the lay and the learned, fulfilling the central aim, which is propagation of Sanskrit. The Sanskrit Ranga from its inception has staged over 50 major and minor plays, and also through All India Radio and later Doordarshan also. Our latest play, Bhagavad Jukiyam, was successfully revived and staged last year in the august presence of Dr. Sandhya Purecha ji. Professor Srinivasa Varakedi ji gave us an opportunity to present the same at the Central Sanskrit University's Bhopal campus few months ago, and we received a thunderous response for the same. P.G. Subramaniam, who will accompany in the demonstration with Ketu's talk, is one of the senior most active member of Sanskrit Ranga from 1986. Since he has had some training in Bharatanatyam in his young age, he could follow my ideas in this dance narrative approach to a certain extent. P.G. Subramanian is Principal Bhavan's Rajaji Vidyashram School. It is my pleasure to introduce the speaker, one of our senior actor member, Dr. Ketu Ramachandrasekhar, who joined the Sanskrit Ranga in 1996. Dr. Ketu Ramachandrasekhar is a Sanskrit scholar, spiritualist, Vedanta expert, Srividya Upasaka, and holds the position of Deputy Director, Academics, Siddhanta Knowledge Foundation. Dr. Ramachandrasekhar is a specialist in designing IKS courses. He is also the co-founder of Bharat Ke Wow, an initiative committed to the promotion and preservation of Indian art, history, and culture. His academic journey, deeply rooted in Indian epistemology, culminated in a doctorate, earning him the prestigious Prince of Wales Medal for Scholarly Excellence at the University of Madras. Beyond academia, he has been on the stage as an actor in Sanskrit dramas produced by Sanskrit Ranga and has authored several books on Indian culture and heritage. Recognized as an Infosys Fellow under the BORI's Academic Development Program, Dr. Ramachandrasekhar's contributions extend into interdisciplinary domains such as neuroaesthetics and Indian rhetoric. His selection among 100 young scholars nationwide for specialized studies under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, underscores his academic prowess. His engagement with global academia is reflected in his participation in discussions across Europe and his role as an academic panel member of Aix-en-Provence University, France. Passionate about ancient wisdom, Ramachandrasekhar conducts classes on Pratyabhijna, Shaivism, and Tantric texts while offering practical insights into Tantra Shastra. He attributes all his achievements to the guidance and blessings of his guru, Vidya Vachaspati Brahmashri Goda Venkateshwara Shastri, whose teachings continue to shape his intellectual and spiritual pursuits. Ashcharya Chudamani, Parnasha Alankam will be demonstrated by P.G. Subramanian. The lecture will be by Dr. Ketu Ramachandrasekhar. Today we have our long-time associates in the orchestra, Dr. V. Sumitra for vocal rendering, Sri Mudigandan Ramesh on the veena, Sri K.R. Venkata Subramaniam on the laya aspects. I would like to present a memento to Venkat and Ramesh. May I request Dr. Sandhya ji to come and give the mementos. Sri Ramesh. Sri Venkata Subramaniam. Over to Dr. Ketu Ramachandrasekhar.
विशुद्धिज्ञानदेहाय त्रिवेदी दिव्यचक्षुषे श्रेयःप्राप्तिनिमित्ताय नमः सोमार्धधारिणे श्रीत्यागराज महाराजो विचेते. Namaste, and it's a privilege that I stand here in the august assembly of all the Vidwans and Vidushis as a humble member of Sanskrit Ranga founded by Dr. V. Raghavan, and I offer my gratitude to Central Sanskrit University for supporting this event which is conducted by Dr. V. Raghavan Center for Performing Arts alongside the Sanskrit Ranga. So, I'm here to speak about the Natya Dharmi aspect and how we have practiced it in the stage through the Ranga. But we'll be touching upon the theory aspect as well to show the importance of the kind of the samanvaya that Ranga tries to establish between the Lakshana and the Lakshya. To have a right picture about the theatre, Sanskrit theatre especially in Tamil Nadu and in Chennai. So the Sanskrit or the Sanskrit theatre in South India boasts a very long and a very distinguished history. During the height of the Chola era, it was a vital part of temple culture, where it was called as an Arya Kooth, as a form of a Sanskrit performance, and was staged for several consecutive days within the temple premises. We also have literary, all these are found in the inscriptional records. We also have literary records by the 13th century. The influence of Sanskrit drama remained vibrant. So the previous session, Anish ji had mentioned the several day-long performances. So Sharada Tanaya, who wrote his Bhava Prakasha in southern part of India, he narrates that he composed this treatise Bhava Prakasha after witnessing the performance of the Dasha Rupakas, all the 10 varieties of the Rupakas and 20 minor forms, the Upak Rupakas also, all happening in the temple of Devi Sharda. So the South India had a very vibrant theatrical history. But coming to the recent past, which is most important, in the mid parts of the 1900s, the Sanskrit plays have been staged in Madras or Chennai, as we call it now, by institutions such as Suguna Vilas Sabha and the Sanskrit Academy. However, amongst all these, it is Sanskrit Ranga which has endured and evolved over 7 decades. Despite challenging socio-political landscapes in Tamil Nadu, Sanskrit Ranga has remained a committed and an active institution, dedicated not only to the production of Sanskrit plays, but also to the sustained efforts in literary research and publication. So Ranga also publishes texts and articles. Some of the old issues are really collectibles in that manner. So its continued presence demonstrates a deep investment in preserving the spirit of the classical Indian dramaturgy, and significantly in upholding the ideals of Bharata in performance. So at the heart of this tradition lies the distinction between the Natya Dharmi and the Loka Dharmi, which are the two fundamental modes of theatrical expression which is outlined in the Natya Shastra. Natya Dharmi is the stylized, codified and aesthetically elevated mode of performance in the form of gestures, speech and emotions, which are actually idealized, not mimetic of everyday life. So it basically works through suggestion or vyangya, through symbols, through abstraction, often with deep philosophical resonance. Whereas Lokadharmi, which is the realistic or direct imitation of life, everyday gestures, colloquial speech or mannerisms, relatable situations, the aim of Lokadharmi is verisimilitude, which is recognizability, and adherence to an empirical truth. So modern theatre and cinema often vacillate between the gritty realism and idealism. The Sanskrit theatre model shows that stories can be socially grounded yet spiritually uplifting. For example, Bhavabhuti's Uttar Ramcharita, about which Professor Varkediji had given an excellent exposition in the previous function of Ranga. Bhavabhuti's Uttar Ramcharita portrays Rama's internal conflict with deep emotional realism, at the same time maintains the moral idealism also. So this study actually inspires today's playwrights and filmmakers to transcend binaries, in the sense that the stories can critique society yet remain hopeful also. So the Natya Dharmi allows compressed symbolic storytelling. For example, a single glance or a mudra can convey what several minutes of realistic dialogue cannot. This is pertinent strongly in modern times, when the attention spans are low, and at the same time the symbolic literacy is also growing in the form of the visual storytelling in cinemas, poetry, semiotics and all those. So coming back to this thing, so this aesthetic education, which is a natural domain, the rasa cannot fully emerge in Lokadharmi. So therefore Natya Dharmi is built precisely to distill bhavas into rasa through stylization and poetic suggestion. Contemporary culture, often drowning in sensationalism or even hyper-realism, can regain emotional depth by reintroducing the stylized performance or the Natya Dharmi aspects as a form of training perception. So Natya Dharmi embodies abstraction, structure and value transmission, which are all essential to classical Indian pedagogy itself. It is not descriptive. Lokadharmi mode is not descriptive, but it is normative because it shapes thought, it shapes language, it shapes ultimately the character through structured exposure to aesthetically encoded values. So stylization in performs is parallel to, if I can say this, the sutrization, how to form the sutras. Because what we normally do in sutra is the compressed, repeatable and evocative way of conveying. Similarly, the stylization or the Natya Dharmi also does. So if we see the idealism as Natya Dharmi, then Sanskrit stage becomes a training ground in cultural psychology, emotive intelligence and dharmic imagination, along with philosophical aesthetics. So the focus of my talk being Natya Dharmi, which is often described as an idealized or a theatrical mode in Sanskrit stage tradition, with an instance performed by versatile scholars of Sanskrit Ranga, which is going to follow very soon. And Srimati Nandini Ramani, who follows the footsteps of the scholar servant Dr. V. Raghavan, the founder of Ranga, has upheld the nuances of the Natya Parampara, as was envisaged by Muni Bharata and which was codified by Sri Raghavan himself. So let's understand. Let's begin the term. The Natya means drama or theatre. Dharmi can be translated as a mode. So quite literally, Natya Dharmi is the drama mode, the mode that is stylized, elevated and crafted specifically for the stage. For example, drinking water, not by actually lifting a cup, but by symbolically showing it with a hasta mudra and other. So the moment we move from literal representation to stylized suggestion, we are stepping into the realm of the Natya Dharmi. In contrast, the Loka Dharmi would mean the ordinary mode, which is derived from the Loka. It concentrates on the human activity and mimicking the human activity. So in the Natya Shastra, we find a reference where it prescribes that when ordinary actions are represented with special gestures, then it becomes Natya Dharmi. So imagining a simple act like drinking water, if done naturally without stylization, is Loka Dharmi. But the same act is conveyed using elaborate hastas, rhythmic charis at times, it becomes Natya Dharmi. So a lot of foreign scholars and our own scholars have worked extensively in these. And we find that in Natya Shastra, the verse which emphasizes the importance of Natya Dharmi also asserts that the drama should always be performed in this stylized mode only. It highlights that without the expressive use of the limb gestures or the angabhinayas and the musical accompaniment, the emotional impact and the enjoyment of the performance cannot be fully be realized. This is Natya Dharmi pravurtam hi sada natyam prayojayet. Nahi angabhinayat kinchit drute ragaha pravartate. So drama should always be presented in the stylized mode. So let's now witness an act being performed, which is from the Ascharya Chudamani, the Parnashala Anka of Ascharya Chudamani, where Lakshmana constructs a Parnashala. It's a single shloka where Lakshmana constructs a Parnashala. And Ascharya Chudamani of Shakti Bhadra, and it has been one of our most difficult performances and one of the best performances of Sanskrit Ranga. And here Sri P.G. Subramaniam, who donned the role of Lakshmana in the play, will do the demonstration, while the Dhruvagana support will be given by Dr. Sumitra Vasdev. The entire choreography was done by Srimati Nandini Ramaniji. So let's witness this small demonstration.
घोषेण निराकरोमि भयदा पर्यन्त भाजो मृगा घोषेण निराकरोमि भयदान् पर्यन्त भाजो मृगा भयदान् पर्यन्त भाजो मृगा पर्णैः पर्णैः सद्मसमापयामि पर्णैः सद्मसमापयामि पर्णैः समापयामि पर्णैः समापयामि पर्णैः समापयामि समापयामि पर्णैः समापयामि समापयामि पर्णैः सद्म समापयामि 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 शयनं बध्नामि शयनं बध्नामि पुष्पच्छदैः पुष्पच्छदैः शयनं बध्नामि पुष्पच्छदैः पुष्पच्छदैः शयनं बध्नामि पुष्पच्छदैः शयनं बध्नामि पुष्पच्छदैः शयनं बध्नामि पुष्पच्छदैः वेत्राणाम् उपपादयामि वेत्राणामुपपादयामि वलयैः आयामिनां विष्टरं वेत्राणाम् उपपादयामि वलयैः आयामिनां विष्टरं वेत्राणाम् उपपादयामि वलयैः आयामिनां विष्टरं विष्टरं सिञ्चामि क्षितिं सिञ्चामि क्षितिम् आर्द्रपङ्कजरजो विद्धैः अपां रेणुभिः आर्द्रपङ्कज रजो विद्धैः अपां रेणुभिः सिञ्चामि क्षितिं सिञ्चामि क्षितिम् आर्द्रपङ्कजरजो विद्धैः पङ्कजरजो विद्धैः अपां रेणुभिः सिञ्चामि क्षितिम् आर्द्रपङ्कजरजो विद्धैः अपां रेणुभिः सिञ्चामि क्षितिं सिञ्चामि क्षितिम् आर्द्रपङ्कजरजो विद्धैः अपां रेणुभिः
Now, having witnessed this depiction, let us ask ourselves the question again. Why do we call Natya Dharmi idealism? Because it transcends ordinary experience to evoke something which is more than real. The archetypal, the symbolic, the divine. Take the portrayal of gods or the asuras or even cosmic events. How can one act out a rain of fire or even an apsara's descent? Only through codified movements, abstract gestures, and poetic diction. Now, There is a question that is often discussed in the modern theatre. Why not just be natural? Now one may ask, if natural expression feels more real, more human, why not always use Lokadharmi? It's an excellent question. But here is what an expert Natyakara, who is trained in the Bharata's tradition, would answer. Lokadharmi gives us realism, but Natyadharmi gives us perspective. Lokadharmi may be the raw material in life. It mimics. But Natyadharmi distills. It interprets and elevates. It opens up the experience of the rasanabhuti, the delight, the flavor of our emotion or event, not by copying life, but by transcending it. So it includes moments when actor portrays something ordinarily inaccessible, which Acharya Abhinav Gupta says as ati sattvati bhavakam swabhavam chittavrittim cha atikritya yat sitam kavikalpita chittavrityantara yuktam. So a well executed Natyadharmi scene doesn't feel fake. It feels heightened, poetic and universal. I would like to point out that there are several such sequences in the dramas which the Sanskrit Ranga has staged. Just to point out a few, the Abhigyana Shakuntalam's court scene, the Sagara Griha scene from the Malavikagnimitram, the Sitapaharana in the Ascharya Chudamani, the entry of the Kapalika and his Yogini in the Mattavilasa, all these, they have never felt fake by the audience, who have always enjoyed it. So the Natyadharmi transcends ordinary existence and the mental states, shaping them through their artistic imagination. But at the same time, Bharata also does not enforce any rigid categorization, but only advocates for a nuanced relationship between the two, allowing the directors the freedom to balance the two, the realism and the stylization, according to their own creative vision. And here once again Acharya Abhinav Gupta gives a very compelling metaphor to explain the relationship between the two. He likens the Lokadharmi to a canvas and Natyadharmi to the painting, and suggests that the realism or the Lokadharmi provides a foundational structure, while the stylization or the Natyadharmi brings depth, meaning and aesthetic fulfillment. So this emphasizes the idea that neither mode is sufficient on its own. Rather, their integration creates a complete artistic experience. In today's world, artistic mediums increasingly lean towards realism, reflecting a growing preference for authentic portrayals. It increasingly gravitates towards realism, mirroring a world drawn to familiar and the tangible. Basically, that's what it is. Whereas realism has its merits, but it is crucial to remember what Dr. V. Raghavan has to say on this. He always emphasized that the art does not simply mimic life. It only uncovers its deeper structure, any form of performing arts. Its emotional essence and its deeper significance are uncovered by art. And that perhaps is the true gift of Natyadharmi. Not to present life as it appears, but to illuminate life as it is meant to be. We have in the folk performances like Terukuthu and others, where this Natyadharmi and the Lokadharmi has balance can very beautifully be seen. So I'll just like to point to one technical aspect in this regard, which is the 6 types of the Sharirabhinaya, about which Dr. V. Raghavan has written an extensive article. I'm just quoting a few to show how Sanskrit Ranga has adopted in its production these nuances. So Bharata presents actually a very rich and layered understanding of Abhinaya, the expressive means through which emotions and the narrative essence are conveyed. While he initially classifies Abhinaya into what we all know, the Angika, Vachika, Satvika and the Aharya, later in the 22nd chapter, he offers a more intricate classification of what he terms as the Sharirabhinaya, which is 6-fold elaboration of the bodily expression. So this refined classification, though it is ostensibly focused on the Sharira, on the body, in fact, actually explores the dynamics between the bodily movement, voice, inner sentiment, and therefore it reflects the interactivity of the Angika, Vachika, and the Satvika modes. So, this is the sixfold typology which Bharata says. He says, Shariram chapyabhinayam vyakhyāsyami anupurvashaha षडात्मकस्तु शारीरः वाच्यं सूचा अंकुरः तथा शाखा नाट्यायितं चैव निवृत्त्यंकुर एव च. These are the six. So this system of classification does not merely subdivide existing categories, okay, but actually offers a very insightful lens to how gesture, voice, and psychological states can be composed and sequenced in a performance, especially within the Natyadharmi mode. So, the Ranga, the role which Sanskrit Ranga has played assumes a very significant importance in this context. Because as an organization which is dedicated to the performance and revival of Sanskrit drama in South India, Sanskrit Ranga has consistently emphasized the effective and the contextually appropriate, the Auchitya-based application of Lokadharmi and Natyadharmi. The proper execution of the Sharira Abhinaya, especially in all its sixfold typology, which is adhering to the, which is performed and justified, appropriate to the situation, which is the avastha, the character, sthiti, emotional tone, bhava, ensuring that the expression is neither arbitrary nor excessive. So let's start with the first, which is the Vakya. So the Vakya is where the bodily or the Angika and the psychological, which is the Sattvika expressions, are integrated with the speech. This is when the actor's movements and emotional expressions accompany the dialogue simultaneously. So the nuances are, the difference is very nuanced. So one has to note that. So here, the actor's movements and emotional expressions accompany the dialogue simultaneously. What it does is it kinds of creates an harmony of expression. So the definition given is Nana rasarthayuktaihi vritta nibaddhaihi sa churna krutaihi prakrita samskrita patyoho vakyabhinayo budaihi jnayah. And Acharya Abhinav Gupta clarifies that this is not merely speech, but speech embodied by gesture and inner sentiment. He says, Vakya saha charitaha sharirabhinayaha vakyam. So, for example, if a hero declares a war, and that declaration should be accompanied with a furrowed brow, clenched fist, fiery tone, all together, then it is Vakyabhinaya. Coming to the second, which is the Sucha, which is an indicative pre-expression. It refers to the gesture or emotion that precedes speech, serving as a precursor or an indication of what is about to be spoken. So this is typical in moments of emotional overwhelm. For example, when the character in rage shows bodily tremors and gasps before yelling. And Bharata explains it as Vakyartho Vakyam va Satvangaihi Suchyate Yada Purvam Paschad Vachyabhinayaha Sa Sucha. And here Acharya Abhinav Gupta interprets that the actor's deliberation and pre-reflective response, okay, that makes Sucha a subtle device of dramatic foreshadowing. The third is the Ankura. Ankura is very similar to Sucha, but the key distinction is that in Sucha, it will be followed by speech. In Ankura, there will be no speech follows. So the idea remains suggested only through bodily expression, and it is never verbalized. So that is the Ankura. So Hridayasthaihi anirvachanaihi angabhinayaha kritaha nipuna sadhyaha. Then comes the Shakha. This is very important. Shakha means branch. And in this form of Abhinaya, it is likened to the progressive unfolding of emotion through successive body parts, much like the branches of a tree. Okay, so here what happens is, for instance, if you have to show jugupsa, disgust. Disgust may begin with the turn of the head. It will be followed by a grimace, then the hand rejection, then a foot stamp, each of the successive ones expanding the same inner or expressing the same inner state. So through Abhinaya, though Abhinaya offers, Abhinaya Guptacharya offers little explanation here, this type, which is the Shaka, exemplifies how the Natya Dharmi dramatizes emotion into a crescendo, how it leads to the crescendo. The fifth is the Natyayita. Natyayita refers to actions or gestures that, while not directly part of the script, are performed to enhance the dramatic flow or to fill narrative gaps. So this may include the dance sequences or expressive improvisations that maintain the rasa srishti. So, say for example, an heroine who is waiting for her lover might engage in a kind of decorative actions, stringing garlands, looking at the moon. Okay, there may be no part here which supports all these actions. That is Natyayita. And Nivrityankura, Nivrityankura is a kind of an hybrid between the Sucha and the Ankura. But it is used in response to another speech. So it is, the only distinction is that it is a kind of a relational one. So this sixfold scheme of Sharira Abhinaya reveals the intricately choreographed interplay between the thought, the emotion, body and the speech, which enables the actor, especially within the Natya Dharmi mode, to explore a variegated palette of expressions where gesture may precede, accompany or replace speech altogether, and where each form adds a specific texture to the rasa. And Acharya Abhinav Gupta sums up this entire discussion and says, Etesham cha sarvabhinayehi sambhuya vrittitvat sarvatra cha abhinaye prayashaha sambhavat samanya abhinayatvam. So this is kind of a, you can take this as a dramatic grammar for performance, which blends bhava and abhinaya into a living art of drama. So how do we integrate all these into the Natya Dharmi? Through the Vachika, stylized mode, and we have the modes such as the Prakasha, Apavarya, Swatmagata. All these, if you are familiar with the drama traditions, you would know, where Prakasha is meant for everyone to hear and react, including the ones who are there on the stage. The difference between Prakasha, and second comes the Apavarya. All the dialogues are meant for the audience, so the audience will definitely hear. But Apavarya is between two characters on the stage, the third character will not know. Whereas Swatmagata is only for himself, so it's like a thinking aloud. So these kind of stylization in the speech, in the bhasha and the vachika thing. Then comes the singing. I will skip this portion because Sumitra had explained it in detail. Only point I want to reinforce is the choice of the rasa, the choice of the ragas, which Sanskrit Ranga always emphasized, keeping up with the appropriateness of the situation. And the music has been the highlight of Sanskrit Ranga's production, always. So the music is also another mode of integrating Natya Dharmi. The third is Aharya, the costume and the makeup. So costumes rather symbolizes rather than imitates. The crown, the colors, all these, suggest emotions, suggest the guna vrittis of the characters. So costuming of gods also as humans. So that is also part of Natya Dharmi. We cannot show a divinity with 10 hands or 4 hands also on the stage. So they are also dressed up like a human only, which is part of the Natya Dharmi. Because it says that Natya Shastra makes very, very clear that the costumes and makeup should be like human beings only. Most important, which I want to point, and probably after that I will move, is the Kaksha Vibhaga. This Kaksha Vibhaga is a very important Natya Dharmi aspect. We can call it as a zonal semiotics, if you want to say this. So in the Natyadharmi tradition of Indian dramaturgy, the space on the stage, that space is actually not physical backdrop. That space is a symbolic and a semiotic field. The stage becomes a kind of a cognitive map which is defined not by painted sceneries and extensive stage setups and anything like that. But it is done through this technique which Bharata introduces, which is the Kaksha Vibhaga, the conceptual division of the performance space into symbolic zones. This practice is actually in sync with the broader aesthetic philosophy of Natyadharmi, because Natyadharmi values abstraction, okay, and suggestion. So this theatrical space, normally it is divided into three primary zones, which we all know, which is the Madhyama Kaksha, the Tira Kaksha, and the Nicha Kaksha. And Madhyama Kaksha, which is a central zone, it occupies the innermost region of the stage. This area represents interior and the private settings, normally used for royal chambers, court halls, and the ashramas and kind of things. It connotes authority, secrecy, and intimacy. And scenes that are set in king's Antahpura or Rajagriha are normally shown in the Madhyama Kaksha. The Tira Kaksha, which is the peripheral zone, which is situated around the central zone, this is liminal or transitional space. It symbolizes, for example, it symbolizes gardens and hermitage open spaces, temple courtyards, forest edges. So it's a kind of a bridge, okay, which is contrasting the realms. The third, which is the Nicha Kaksha, which is an exterior zone. This is the frontal or the outermost area of the stage, and it is normally reserved for external, foreign or remote settings such as battlefields, roads, kind of seashores and kind of things. And therefore it is used for entry and exit. So these divisions actually are not demarcated by any physical structures or props normally. Instead, it is only through the gestures and the stance or the sthanaka and the movement of the performer, it signals a shift from one kaksha to the other. And at the same time, the audience is also trained in the convention. An audience which is not trained in the convention probably may not make out in the first instance. Only when it trains by watching or visualizing several such performances, this transition can easily be guessed by it. So a trained audience, okay, perceives the shift and decodes these spatial shifts. So this is more than a spatial technique actually. It's a grammar. It's a symbolic geography. Because the movement across these kakshas, these zones, reflect not just change in physical setting, but a transformation in the narrative dimension itself from the story screenplay point of view. It is also shifting the psychological state or a metaphysical realm. And Dr. V. Raghavan notes about Kaksha Vibhaga, I quote, parts of the stage were conventionally understood as mountain, garden, and so on. And when one rode a horse or a chariot, he did so only by pose and gesture. Bharata dispensed with all these aids and boldly elaborated his technique of imaginative production based on Natya and Abhinaya. Quote close. So, through this deeply codified system, okay, this system has seen very thoughtful adaptation for modern performance. Under the guidance of Nandini Ramniji and S.S. Janaki-ji, theatre director Sri Govardhan Panchal, he introduced simplified spatial layouts which were faithful to the original grammar but taking into mind the contemporary audience. So it was intelligible to the contemporary audience, which was a bit unfamiliar with the Sanskritic codes. So his model was taken and implemented in numerous productions for I think almost 30 years. It was used by the Sanskrit Ranga productions. But Dr. V. Raghavan eloquently contrasts Natya Dharmi with the appetite for spectacle in other traditions. He says, not interested in spectacles and broad effects. Bharata did not approve of a very big or long halls. The production was partly realistic and partly based on conventions of idealism and symbolism. And there are some two articles which he has written on the Japanese No Theatre and Peking Opera. I suggest that everyone should read. There also this Kaksha Vibhaga, how the Kaksha Vibhaga is dealt in the No Theatre, how it is dealt in the Peking Opera. It's actually an eye-opener for all of us. So the last Natya Dharmi aspect is the Kala Dharmi. Kala Dharmi is an imaginative devices. So here the inclusion of the supernatural, okay, which is integral to generation of certain specific rasas such as Adbhuta. But according to Sahitya Darpana, the Vismaya, which is the Sthayi Bhava of the Adbhuta rasa, he defines the Vismaya like this. He says, Vividheshu padartheshu loka seema ativartishu. So this loka seema ativartitvam is very, very important. So that is why not all supernatural elements automatically evoke Adbhuta rasa. Say for example, when we see in the plays like Abhigyana Shakuntalam, the divine acts which Maharshi Marichi performs, or the flight of the Galava and all those things, it does not evoke Vismaya. Because these acts appear very normal, okay, within the logic of their world. Within their world, what they are doing is quite normal. So, what evokes Adbhuta? He says, in contrast, a dramatic reunion, a sudden revelation, which unfolds against a background of earlier emotional turmoil and all those, that generates Adbhuta more powerfully. So, not all magic is evocative of Adbhuta rasa. So, this is very clear. So, this layered evocation of Adbhuta is made possible in performance through imaginative techniques of the Kala Dharmi. So, for example, introducing the divine characters such as the weapons, the Ayudhas, personified as Ayudha Purushas. We see that in the Bhasa's place. Similarly, birds and animals speaking on the stage. That is also Kala Dharmi aspect. Once again, let me quote Ashcharya Chudamani, the speech of the Jatayus in Ashcharya Chudamani, which is laden with linguistic suggestion of Veera Rasa. The usage of alliterations, appropriate yet dominant use of the Mahaprana letters, and the mode of powerful delivery. This has been one of the key light of that scene. So it stands as a proof to how Natya Dharmi creates a profound impact through stylized and embodied performance. The movement of the spatial chariots and all those. To add, there are several others such as the Gati. For example, the Mandagati, gliding is for the gods. The Drutagati is for the warriors. The Lalitagati, the graceful one, is for the lovers. All these are also part of the Natya Dharmi code of this thing. So, coming to the end, why study realism and idealism today, beyond performance art space? In my opinion, the study of this Natya Dharmi and Loka Dharmi concept, especially in a broader context, which is intellectual, aesthetic, even political domains, it is very crucial because it shapes how we perceive, construct, and engage with the reality itself, which is basically what the darshana does. The darshana is a worldview, how we engage with the world. So this shastric implication goes far beyond the stage. Realism asserts that there is an objective world that can be known, that can be depicted, or can be engaged with as it is. In theatre or art, this means imitating life with fidelity. Whereas Natya Dharmi posits that the reality is shaped by the ideas. It is shaped by the consciousness or inner experience. In art, be it in performing arts or representational arts, this means portraying essence rather than appearance. When what something ought to be, okay, or means to be, not just what it looks like. So this goes beyond artistic preferences. So studying, actually, when we look, it's more of reflecting the ontological, what is real, and epistemological, how do we know positions. So realism asks, what do people actually do? So realism is more concerned with behavioral psychology or cognitive science. Whereas idealism asks, what should they do? Or what should they long for? Which is humanistic, depth psychology, and aesthetics. So in an idealistic approach, nation will be a civilizational idea or a dharmic ecosystem. Whereas a realistic approach, national will be a geopolitical or an economic unit. To show the contrast. Both are needed. Both are needed to preserve the heritage while engaging with it globally. But it is not the binary, but a spectrum. And the purpose to evoke the aesthetic relish or the rasa, which emerges only by balancing the perceptible action with suggestive meaning. So we can't be in either of the two. We are actually in its interjection. So this wisdom, to simply put it, realism grounds us in what is, and idealism lifts us towards what can be. And in envisioning the future of Indian theatre, it becomes essential to not merely preserve the Sanskrit dramatic traditions as a relic of the past, but it is to draw from its profound wisdom, be it aesthetic or even dramaturgical wisdom, to shape a meaningful theatrical identity today. Do we have Indian theatrical identity today? Not so. But probably we have means to derive that identity. And Dr. V. Raghavan insightfully observes, he says, while modern techniques are welcome, the desire has been expressed by actors, playwrights, and critics that in our endeavor to build up a national theatre, the tradition of Sanskrit drama and its techniques should be studied and utilized. And he further notes that some of the most cutting-edge theatrical methods in the West, such as performing without the props and relying on mime, are in fact refinements that the Sanskrit stage had long ago perfected. So echoing this sentiment, Paul Strom, in his reflection on global trends in play production, he urges the Indian theatre to rediscover its own voice through its own classical forms, affirming that the Sanskrit drama offers a potent medium for this very self-realization. So the relevance and vitality of this tradition were powerfully demonstrated in Sanskrit Ranga's production of Vikramarushi of Kalidasa at the Madras Music Academy, long back. So writing about which in the Theatre Arts magazine, Fabian Bowers describes it as an adventurous recapturing of the glory that was India's theatrical art. A timely reminder somehow that the growth in the future can be accompanied by a revival of the past. Indeed, Natya Dharmi remains a valuable approach that can meaningfully shape the future of Indian theatre. I thank Nandini Madam for this opportunity and everyone for the patient hearing. Namaste.
Thank you, Ramachandra Shekhar and P.G. Subramaniam. I'm not going to pat my own shoulders and say that Ram was excellent and and PG was equally excelling, because we have all traveled in Sanskrit Ranga's journey together for many decades. What I want to say was that when Dr. Raghavan was alive, even then it was difficult to find actors with Sanskrit knowledge and dance and music techniques. So he used lot of stage props. I still remember the Shakuntala's deer and the forest scenes. Everything he used to sit with the painter and meticulously prepare. In 1959-60, when we went to Ujjain, in those days, no proper train connections. used to carry all the scene settings in the brake van, and our dramas were very successful. Not much of Natya Dharmi, except in one or two plays. Malavika Agnimitram, old exponent from Pandanallur school, Nirmala Ramachandran was there. And later in Anarkali, another Vallur school student was there. And later my daughter Sushma was there, so I could improve on the dance technique. The other thing I want to mention here about Sanskrit Ranga is the journals that Dr. Raghavan produced. Many may not have seen. I have recently sold all the copies at a very low price. They are a treasure house of collected articles on Sanskrit dramaturgy, not only by Dr. Raghavan, how a journal should be conducted, should be done. Dr. Raghavan set a pattern in that. In fact, the publication released last year, Sanskrit Drama and Dramaturgy by Dr. Sandhyaji, contains as many articles by Dr. Raghavan from that collection. Up till 13 volumes we have published. And it has invaluable material not only from Indian scholars, from scholars all over. See, Father had this great skill of connectivity. He connected with the entire world on all subjects that he was working. So those were all part of very strong activities propagated from the end of 50s to 70. And slowly it started sliding, and after his passing away in 80, it again started growing higher. I wish we get more spirited youngsters like Ram Chandrasekhar, PG, and Prakash Kaushik, and Sushma, and many others who are here, Shivaramakrishnan. They are all part of our group. I thank them all today, Ram and PG, for enacting this scene and speaking on Natya Dharmi. Of course, Father's article on Natya Dharmi and Loka Dharmi is a fantastic piece. I thank them. Now we move on to the... Maybe if you all prefer, you can go have coffee and then come back, because some of them look sleepy. Maybe you could go. Piyal's session is very interesting, if you prefer that, or we can go on with Piyal's section. Okay. Now we go on as per our guest's advice. With great joy, I welcome Dr. Piyal Bhattacharya, the Abhinava Bharata, as I would like to address him. He has toiled not only to reconstruct the Natya prescriptions of sage Bharata Muni, but has also strived to train some skillful students whom he has equipped with the theory and practice of traditional approach to Sanskrit theatre. Not only these dedicated efforts, Piyal has taken every step in this reconstruction to revisit, create, and ensure the aspects of Aharya, Sangita, Vadya, etc. as per the authentic Margam. I am happy to introduce Dr. Piyal now. SNA awardee, Tagore scholar, Dr. Piyal Bhattacharya is well known for his research on upholding this holistic system of theatrical performance envisioned as Marga Natya by him. Through his work, he sincerely wishes to create a dialogue with the contemporary societal concerns to re-establish the importance of traditional arts. It is his effort to bring about the wisdom and metaphysics embedded in the practice of Vak Anga Sattvaja Abhinaya, based on Bharata's system of performance of Nritta Gita Vadya as stated in Natya Shastra in totality. Dr. Piyal has not only reconstructed the Natya Shastric Nritta, Gita, and Kutapa, Bharata's orchestra, featuring his reconstruction of the ancient Vakra Veena, Kachapi Veena, Mridanga, Dardura, Panava, etc. He has also constructed the complete Purvaranga Vidhi and reconstructed, directed many Uparupakas and a Bhana to bring his work into practice. He is a visiting faculty for classical Indian drama at the National School of Drama, Sikkim and Varanasi, as well as Bhartendu Natya Academy, Lucknow. He directed a drama named Bhasa Bharatam for the NSD Sikkim Repertory 2023. He himself has assiduously learnt under eminent teachers an array of Indian traditional and classical performing arts to strengthen his route before embarking on the task of creating Marga Natya. This encompasses 6-year diploma in Kathakali from Kerala Kala Mandalam, playing Rudra Veena, Saraswati Veena, Dhrupad Vokal, Vishnupada Dhrupad of Haveli Sangeet, Song Gauk and many more, studying Rasa under renowned experts. Studying Rasa, Bhava, Chitra Vinaya, Samanya Abhinaya of Natya Shastra under eminent experts. I now invite Dr. Piyal to come to the dais and begin his talk. Welcome, Piyal.
Namo Namaha. I feel privileged to stand here to speak about the Marga system. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Srimati Nandini Ramaniji and Dr. Raghavan Center for Performing Arts, Chennai, for inviting us here to celebrate the brilliance of Dr. Raghavanji's work. I also thank the Samaskrita Ranga, Chennai, and the Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi. I humble to talk about Marga and to present its prime aspects. I sincerely hope that it would be a fitting tribute to Dr. V. Raghavanji's memory and to the radiance of Indian Jnana Parampara. Pranam to Sandhya Tai. Pranam to Nandini ji, both of my guru, because today I am standing here. They were my base to guide us constantly, to send me the book, so many things. So I will start with a mantra. Taba tattvam na janami kidriso ashi maheshwara, jadrisho ashi mahadeva tadrishayo namostute. After, I'm the last speaker, I think, how the previous scholar has explained Natya Dharmi, Loka Dharmi, and the method of Indian acting. It was excellent. So first I will start with the invocation and then I will explain. So the first question is, what is Marga? Marga finds many meaning in the koshas. On one hand, it stands for Samaskara and Anveshe. In Kavikalpadroma, that stands the seeker to a path of realizing the bodily existence as impermanent, and we may say, Sanskarodbodhane deha bhava anitya bhavanaya atmanveshane preshayati iti margam. Thus, it constitutes a path that is founded on the essence of quest and knowledge of self, and is not associated with any gross physical practice alone. The objective of this system can be inferred from Matanga's writing, Abala bala gopalai kshiti palai nijechvaya giyate yanuragena swadeshe deshiruchyate. When music is meant for the pleasure of the simple people, juniors, and the rulers of provinces, that is called desi. So it can be inferred that Marga stand at opposite to this, having no purpose and with mere entertainment. Matanga also mentioned that as well defined and well structured is Marga. On the other hand, what flows instinctively with freedom is called desi. Bharat Muni states the purpose of Gandharva in Marga to be pleasing for the Devatas. Atyarthamishtam devanam tatha preetikaram punaha Gandharvanam cha yasmad vitasmat Gandharvam uchyate. Now, how does one do that? By suppressing the mere physical association of audible sound as music, bahya shabdadi vishayolanghanena. So Gandharva is the means or sadhana. What does one acquire out of this? One attains liberation or moksha, apavarga, leading to the Chidananda Swabhava, and that is not subjected to the materialistic pursuits. Thus, Gandharva is there to be take. One to Sambit Gandharvanam iti prayuktu upalakshanam Sambit pravesha labhena tu gatu falayogaha gandhatvat. Marga, constituting the lineage of blissful wisdom and non-mundane practice, is also advocated by Jayasenapati in his Nitratnavali, and Dr. Raghavan has edited this work first time, where he says, Natya Veda Pravittatvat Margitatvan Maharshivihi Swadbhi Sancharitatvatcha Margam Ahuridam Buddha. That finds its origin in the Natya Veda has been culled out by the great sages and propagated by the virtuous. The wise have named this Marga. This Jnana is subjective and not objective. The center is Bindu, and the expansion, stretch of that Jnana is Desi. What is the nature of this Marga system? The Bhava Prakashana says, Rasa Pradhanabhinayam Margam Nrittam Natasrayam Bhavabhinayam Margam Tan Nrityam Yat Nartakasrayam Rasa Bhava Samayuktam Anga Chalana Sangasrayam. The Rasa Pradhana and the Rasa Bhava Samayuktam Anga Chalanam hints at the arrival of Kaishiki Vritti from Shiva that demarcated the distinctive nature of Marga. This Kaishiki Vritti introduced to bestow the transcendental approach leading to Alaukikatva. Marga as flow of wisdom coming down in Shrishti Krama. We have the two Krama, one is called Shrishti Krama and the second one is called Samhara Krama. Marga has emanated from the Birinchi to Bharatamuni through Nandikeshwara in Shrishti Karma. And whosoever will practice, it shall go back to that spring in Samhara Krama. And so it is mentioned in the Chodana Vakya of Tandava Lakshana Maheshwarasva Charitam Ya Idam Samprayojayet Sarva Papa Vishuddhatma Shivalokam Sagachyati. The practitioners in the Marga system attain the Shivavastha. Here supreme consciousness of Chit is replete with Ananda. So what is this Marga system trying to install within the practitioners? A transcendental sense of Shrishti, where they won't have to rely on the materialistic impetuses or object props to create anything. What is the quintessential nature of this Srishti? It is the outcome of the reverberation of Ananda that give rise to Spanda. This Spanda is the spontaneous pulsation of emanated with Jnana due to the arousal of Ichcha within the absolute I consciousness or Paramashiva. It is Vilasa, an overflow of bliss, ungoverned by any purpose and not a mechanical process. This Vilasa is brought within Natya to bestow apurvatva, augmenting rasa experience. Here, Chaitanya is getting manifested through Kriya, which are the Karana taught by Nandikeshwara to Bhartamuni. So, contemplating on such a bhavana of Kriya itself bestow a liberating and all-pervading Vyapaka Swarvabhyapta sense of I-ness. The same ideal is applied to the seekers of Marga system to realize the Kriya as the manifestation of Anandavastha of Atma. In Renuka Gita, that is Siddhanta Shikhamani has mentioned, says that Shiva resides within the Jiva in Avyakta Rupa. Bije Jathang Kuraha Siddhas Tathatmani Shivahas Sthitaha. And this sublime realization should be the sole objective for one, as said in the Shetashvaratara Upanishad, Nataha Param Veditavyam Hi Kinchit. We are Anu Chaitanya and we consider our mind-body complex, our very own psychophysical organism to be the self. The Marga system of Kriya, Karana with all other components is actually paving way for such illuminating self-realization, not just within mere spoken words, but through the process of being and doing. This is supposed to be the chief purpose of life. I have started from this mantra. Tabo tattvam na janavi kidrisho shi maheshwara jadrisho shi mahadeva tadrishayo namostute. Therefore, the precepts of Natya Veda are actually, directing much more than just practicing or performing. And so says Acharya Abhinavagupta, Neha Gayet Nrityet Badayet Tan Nirataha Va Bhavet It Upadeshaha Kriyate. So the purpose and the process and the training of the Marga system enables to bring down the separating walls between inner and outer. And to perform this Kriya with such bhavana makes the movements mantratmaka, and the Sharira here became Naivedya, not personal body but depersonalized Prayoktri Sharira. Who can perceive this Kriya? The ones who have experienced the cessation of the mental fluctuation and have reached the state of ekagra or contemplative state of mind. We find this to be the stage of the Yoga Sutra, that Kshipta, incapable or engaging in any transcendental aspect, Modha, attached to some superficial aspects of life, incapable of contemplating on the tattvas, Vikshipta, repelled at times and tranquil at other time, can contemplate at times, and ekagra. This is the stage where sampragyata samadhi is happened. So reaching ekagra is the necessary, as is also alluded in the first chapter. The characteristic of the Munis who inquired about the Natya had attained ekagra chitta, only then could engage in a dialogue to unfold the Natya as per the tattva. Now we move towards the process of training of depersonalization, grasping apurvatta. So I will call Shayak to come and Akash. First we will start from sthana. So what is sthana? The psychophysical space or sattva angaja kshetra. The static posture is vak and the prayoga is artha. So they will show and they will speak.
Namo Namaha, Sarve Gurubhyo Namaha.
Namo Namaha.
We are the first, in the beginning of this session, Badakhariji mentioned Samaskrita Chitta can produce Samaskrita Natya. So we require a Samaskara in our Chitta. So Dr. V. Raghavan in his Sanskrit drama mentioned very well a terminology daily and extra daily. So daily to extra daily is a Vyakti Sharira to Prayoktri Sharira journey. To how to be a Prayoktri Sharira, the first step is coming sthana. But sthana, every day we used to move like this. I speak like this. This can't be a Prayoktri Sharira. Whenever my daily life becoming to extra daily, by holding a particular core, then only I am going gradually to Prayoktri Sharira. So Samapada, not only standing this, rather how I am manipulating my navel and standing with my core. The Trika Unnata, according to Abhinavagupta, and my Prana Vayu I am pushing down, and Apan Vayu pulling up, and making the Saman Vayu, automatically the outer objects dissolving from my eyes, I am trying to concentrate in my Navi.
So in Natya Shastra, the Chari Adhyaya Bharata mention the Hasta position, Nabhi Kati. And also, he has mentioned the food habits of the practitioners. So, your prana is dependent upon, what you are consuming. Your abhyasa, your practice is based on your prana. So first, we have to understand in our body the sthana of the prana. In Asian continent, we believe the navi is the prana, the sthana. We have two layers, one navi kshetra, one hridaya kshetra. So we have to manipulate the prana. First we have to hold the prana in our navi kshetra, and due to the purpose, we have to shift it to the hridaya kshetra and navi kshetra. I can Shayok can show it nicely. If Shayok perform the Bhujanga Trasita Karana, then Shayok can explain nicely that how the continuous flow of the prana is happening. Show that.
First we have to come in a sthana. This is I am holding Vaishnava. From here, my whole core is now grounded. I am holding my prana and the core level. Now gradually,
Ridja, Ridja, Nabhija, Nabhija, Nabhija. You can show another one. Ha. Nabhija, going up, up, stretching the legs. Nabhija. Okay. So, by this Akshiptachari, we are using Anchita Pada. So, we don't contemplate much, why Anchita, why Kunchita, why Suchi, because see, three different type of tension is there. Show Anchita first. Anchita, different tension, all the fingers will be upwards, stretched. Kunchita, different tension, and Suchi, different tension. So, if we go to the Chinese, the Tai Chi Quan treatise, there they have explained very nicely what is the relevance of when you are, pointed heel or pointed toe, or when you are, doing flex the toes. Like Agratala Sanchara, Kunchita and Anchita. By that way, the prana is flowing in our body. I think this Loka Pramana still surviving in our country. Kadakili, Kudiyattam, Kalaripayat, Silambam, all this art form, First, I studied myself, the Kalaripayat from P.K. Valan Gurukul. Okay, first the Nabhi. Arakkevayu in Kadakili, all the ashans, only one word, Arakkevayu, Arakkevayu. So here we call it in Malayalam Ara. In Japan they call it Hara. So in the Japanese culture, there is one book, Hara, all should read, I am requesting. First, the writer has mentioned belly in, chest out. It's a core for America. Our main center, it has written clearly in that book. Okay, first it published from San Francisco. Okay, it is written by a Japanese. What is actually its effect to our life, effect to the society. Okay, how you were holding your core, how you were sitting, it shows your attitude. So, the Loka Pramana, Bharata mentioned Loka Pramana, Sastra Pramana, Adhyatma Pramana. Okay, the three Pramana we have to complete. Bharata Shastra not based on Anumana Pramana. Bharata Shastra is not based on Prataksha Pramana. Okay, if everything based on Prataksha Pramana, that whatever he has mentioned, it will be realistic, too much realism. So, this Loka Pramana is very, very important, that whatever the thoughts came in my mind and by research what is coming out, is there in the Loka Pramana or not. Now the same thing is in the Vachik. The core of the Vachik, the core of the Abhinaya is also Nabhi. So now when he was speaking, you can't able to listen it, correct? There is some problem. Now he will, chalo karo. This is the sloka. Brikkarmurvashyam Nandi Sloka, when Kallinatha is writing commentary on Sangita Ratnakara 7th chapter, where you have to use the Vyavartita, Parivartita and Udveshtita, Aveshtita, Hastakarana, and where in the Abhinaya you will use the Karana, he has written 4 pages of commentary, how you will do the Sloka Abhinaya. He has mentioned also the Tala, how you have to hold the Tala and how you will enact it. তালটাকে চেপে ধরবে So this is the same, you know, they have to use Navi to speak. So we have also different type in Natya Shastra also exercise. How you will spread? Ah, 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 ah. From Navi to Sirasthana Sahasrara. But I am not using direct my voice. I am using the help of the palate. Otherwise, voice will get crack. Okay. So, Bharata mentioned Akaram, Ekaram, Okaram, Dirgha Ekaram, there you can stretch only. Okay. And why you have to stretch? Like Vyapak. So, Vyapak means, you know, it is omnipresent, pervading things. So, your sound will reach the last audience. So it's a different type of vocal practice, and main, it is there in the Mandrasthana practice in Drupad. So the Mandrasthana practice they have studied under Bahauddin ji. Okay, I have studied under Nirmala Deji. Okay, and then you know, I have taught a different training what I have studied from Kodiyattam during my stay in Kerala. Now I will invite Rudraroop. Where is he? Rudraroop will show, he came, he will introduce himself. There, see the time. Okay, it's already 4:30, so you cannot expand. He came completely from Western theatre background. He's all study, everything Western. He joined with me 1 year, but he has a passion to learn, you know, this Natya Shastra theatre. He is really, you know, passionate. Now you listen to him. He will show you Mukhaja, Shariraja and Cheshtakrita Abhinaya. But Sayok is learning 12 long years. Akash is learning 14 years, but he came only for an year. So, his training was very different. The training was, you know, based on his state of psychology. Okay, his understanding. Chalo.
My regards to all of you present over here. Very briefly, if I want to say that, as sir said, I have come from the Western understanding. I've been doing Western theatre. And there in Western methodologies, we always talk about, suppose for example, if we talk about a stream of teachers, like we talk about Stanislavski, then talk about Stella Adler, Lee Strasberg, and then we come to Eric Morris. One terminology which is every time repeating there, that is called personal inventory, or we also say it effective memory. That is, whenever I am trying to create any character, I have to rely or I have to depend on my memory, my effective memory for depicting that particular character. So whether I am doing Rama or I am doing Krishna or I am doing any character, I always have to bank on what I have in my own stock, my memory, and have to use it to portray that particular character. But when I started understanding what and contemplating what Marga talks about, the first thing that touched me was there is nothing called individual memory. There is a parivyapta memory. There is an universality where I am trying to connect. And by connecting to that individual, the universality, I am trying to carry forward a bhava, and that bhava I have got from the Kavi, the Kavir Antargata bhava. So I am becoming a tool, I am becoming a Karana myself, which is being used to connect that universality to this universality. And as sir said, that Mukhaja, Shariraja, Cheshtakrita, this had become for me like a methodology of how Marga can give me a structure, a format, you know, a skeleton to understand how I place myself as a human being, and I do not go for my personal understanding. I gradually depersonalize myself, and in that process of depersonalization, I try to connect, bring forward the emotion, the Kavir Antargata Bhava, through myself to everybody. So I will just narrate one shloka from Dhurtavit Samvad by Ishwar Datta that we did this play was a part of Chaturbhani that we had performed some months back. And there, this is from Dhurdavid Sambar. I just, in one single line, if I say the background of the whole thing, it will talk about like the Vita, the name of the person is Devi Laka. He has come out and he is venturing in the city, and suddenly he finds that a boy is coming in. He is a Shreshti Putra and his name is Krishni Laka. And this Shreshti was a very beautiful father actually. He has preserved his child since his infancy from any kind of bad things. No, you will not do this, not do that, not do this. But what has happened was his son wanted to come out of the shackles of his father's absolute guardianship, and now he sometimes goes inside the amorousness, he goes inside the Vesha, and the wit catches him and says, okay, oh my God, your great father has stopped you from everything, coming out from the Vesha after doing all the things, all the amorousness with your consort. Okay, wait, I'll just open everything up. So this shloka, he is trying to, comment on the boy that these are the lakshanas in your body which I can observe, and I know that you have had a very good time and you're coming out, so don't try to hide anything from me. So the shloka is like this. Haste te parimrishta shasruvadanam netranjanam lakshyate keshanta vishamascha padapatanad adyapyayam tishtati vaktam tatra manonidhaya bhavata mukta sharirena sa marge pota iva anila pratihata krichra tatha gahase. So this is in Sraddhara Chand. So I'll try to do it with the help of the Mukhaja methodology. Haste te parimrishta shasruvadanam netranjanam lakshyate keshanta vishamascha padapatanad adyapyayam tishtati vaktam tatra manonidhaya bhavata mukta sharirena sa marge pota iva anila pratihata krichrat tatha gahase. Now the same shloka I will try to do
Shariraja.
Shariraja.
With gesture.
Haste te parimrishta shasruvadanam netranjanam lakshyate keshanta vishamascha padapatanad adyapyayam tishtati vaktam tatra manonidhaya bhavata mukta sharirena sa marge pota iva anila pratihata krichra tatha gahase. So now I will try to do the
Cheshtakrita.
Cheshtakrita.
Now next, how we train generally the actor's body. Rudrarup came from typical Western theatre background, and in Western theatre, if and being an actor, if you practice dance, it's a crime, first of all. It's a gender crisis and crime. So after coming here, you know, generally to train actor's body, we teach them chari with a different bhavana and karana with a complete different bhavana. So now you know, according to Abhinavagupta, the karanas are the kriya. It is nrityasya kriya. We must keep the mind, it's a shashti vibhakti ekavachana. Just as karana used to be atma, as to express ananda, we can use it to reach shivavastha. As per the Chodana Vakya I have mentioned earlier, what Bharata mentioned in the 4th chapter, just the last karika. Not any movement can qualify to be karana. Nityasya kriya, here karana is the adjective which distinguishes any other nitra from karana. This is clarified mentioned with Vyapadeshivatvena Shashti. How does it function? Vyapadeshivatvena Shashti is used, say, Shivarama Kinkar Yoga Trayananda, to demarcate a distinct treatment of the guna from the drabya. Now earlier in the 1st chapter, Bharata Muni mentioned Kaishikik Shamam Drabyam. Shamam Drabya, not Drabya. A Drabya which is capable to bring and augmenting the quality of Kaishiki Vritti, for which Nritta was incorporated in the 1st chapter. Brahma mentioned to Bharata. This in Vyakarana, the Karana meaning that sadhana, it is the 3rd case, that is sadhanottama, most preferred means of doing. Kriya janakattam, kriya janakattam, nivartakatvam, utpadakattam, iti va artha by Nagesha. So, for this nityasya kriya, is specifies bilashak shepa, not any other type of vikshepa. For this, contemplated mind is needed, as mentioned earlier. Okay, that samadhi paranayama sattva will flourish. Hastapada Samayogam Nittasya Karanam Bhavet is a cosmic universal code of dance, and the 108 Karanas are the example. Should one go to the example, they will continue to change across ages and the geographical planes. However, if the Sutra is fathomed properly, one can bring about newest aesthetic and rediscovering the Prayojana of Indian Natya in all the ages. Now I will request Akash to show the Karana with the Bhavana. What is the Bhavana? Like When we do the puja, we purify our physical body, then we purify our inner body, and then we go for puja. So previously I have mentioned that human Jivatma is always, has a connection with Paramatma, but we do not understand. Even regarding this in Shiva Sutra, there is a 3 upaya, Sambhava upaya, Shakta upaya and Anubha upaya. Anubha upaya, the sutra is Atma Chittam. Okay, because in the Anava, the Anu Chaitanya, we believe Chitta is actual our Atma. Okay, but Chitta is not the Atma. Atma is Chaitanya Atma, that is the Paramashiva. So now, take the position. First, you show the Vali Toru Karana, Shayokam. Vali Toru Karana. You do first. Yeah. Will not give any tala, you have to do. Will not give any tala. What? One kriya only. Not other side, it's Eka kriya. Now Shayok you will show. Where to use this karana you explain first.
The manifestation is Mugdha Vishay, Mugdha Naika, Lajja, and she is trying to cover her upper body. So that's why.
So here this is the psychophysical part. The bhavana has to be there. It is not a beautiful movement. Okay, it is a tool for actors training. We can train actors simultaneously inner and outer manner. Okay. No, first you hold the sthanaka and contemplate and then you do. It is not so easy to contemplate immediately. Now show the Talapushpa Puta Karana, to offering flower. So see, the main thing why Talapushpa Puta is the first karana and it is the Mangalacharana. This karana itself is the Mangalacharana for all the 108 karanas. The main thing is, you will see there Abhinavagupta mentioned you have to do Adhyardhika Chari, and also he has mentioned when you were performing Adhyardhika Chari, hands will perform Vyavartana. So see, it is a two type of movement is happening. One is towards center and another is towards, from center to outward, and one is coming towards center. So this is actually the prakriya of Srishti. Okay, again show. Now not with the bhava, without the bhava, only the movement. Show the movement. See, both are different. When there is a psychology and when there is a movement, both are complete different. Now Akash, show that Katichinna, here you will understand how he is using the hara, the nabhi, because chinna means the cut. Okay, so in a different when we use in the dance is very graceful manner, but how I will train an actor, that is my purpose to teach actor. Chalo, we will not give any tala, you have to take your own prana. Chalo. Now pinky show the same karana. You stand there, pinky show the same karana. Again. Now Shayog show the same karana for Talabhanga. Okay, for Talabhanga. So see, different body, different psychology, different understanding, but all they are studying the same thing from morning to night. This is very important. Now I will show, request Pinky and Sritama. Now this Karana generally we use in the Purvaranga, especially the Chitra Purvaranga. So there, when your body is impersonalized, then you can offer your body. The body, Sharira became Naivedya, that is Abhinavagupta's theory. So that's why Purvaranga is very, very important. By doing the sadhana, you know, just like a Japa Yoga, doing sadhana, you will purify your outer body and your inner space, your means Vahikarana and Antakarana. So they will perform a small piece of the Panika Gita. So then you can understand how they are offering. Chalo. And the last, this, all the songs, we don't know how many years old, thousands of years old. There is one Aitihya Pramana, Aitihya Parampara, that, Padmasambhava introduced all this, to India from Odiyan, because Padmasambhava was actually the disciple of Kambala Muni. And in Natya Shastra, we can get Kambala Giti. There is a Kapala Giti, Kambala Giti, Panika Giti. So Kambala Giti Sahityam also we can get in Bharatavasya, okay, and also the notation and Murchana. So these are the purpose of these musics is very different, okay. It is very much, subjective, not objective. The last, I will request Akash to perform one Mantratmak Giti. That song is full of, Bijakshara. So then I have to play. Okay, I'm going. Generally, I don't play a long time. So I will now request Deep, just we have no time to conclude this. So they all are with me for some 10, 12 years. There is others also. I cannot bring all. Thank you to Nandini ji, to trust me and to respect my research. Invited all of us. Okay. So Deep, please come. The last part Deep will say. Okay, because he is with me for some 15 years. Okay.
So to conclude, Marga is a challenging task because when we say conclusion, it is closing the path. However, Bharata is not doing so. So the quintessential question that comes to us when we talk about Marga system, what is Bharata teaching us? Is it asking us to follow just that path? The actual answer is no. The answer is to understand the path and to grow awareness. As we can see through the entire process, what we can incur is to attain supreme awareness. That is there. When we will do the entire body through your channelization of prana, action, everything, you be supreme aware of. Your body turns into an eye. And so what happens, you become absolutely aware of your every single action, not just on stage, but also at the societal level, as we have been discussing from the very beginning of today's session. And so only then the supremely aware nutters can go for giving udatta to the others, to teach the others. Because for them, it is a cessation of all the other activities. They are aware and they are just doing it for the dharma, so that others can be aware of it. So in this way, we can say Marga is the theater or the process of awareness, the path of awareness. So once you know that, once you understand that, you can create your own path, infusing the same process of being aware. We can see that later on, in case of Sangit Damodar, Sangit Narayan, all of them have created their own path, but they continue to refer back to something called Marga, so that you can go back to and you can refine, you can know what is the process, so that you can carve your own niche, you can make your own stream. That is that. But in order to do so, what is our task? Where should we begin? We need to first, and this entire Marga asked us to be aware of two things, to be primarily. First is to be absolute aware of sadhya sadhan iti kartavyata. This is the Shastric framework that must be ensued by all of us should we wish to enter the system. What are we trying to achieve? That is our sadhya. And through which means we are doing. So if our sadhya natya is called beyond Dashalokik Padartha and Panchalokik Jnana, it is the Apurvatva. And so the sadhana, the karana that you have said, all of them are the manifestation of Vak. It is the manifestation of Alaukikatva. It is Vak and Artha. So if you know this, you can understand what is your sadhya. And iti kartavyata, how do you do it? It is not your just creative frenzy, but what the process that you understand. And this entire process must emit Mangalartha. That is the final goal. But how will you begin the process? You need to understand Anubandha Chatushtaya, Vishaya Sambandha Prayojan Adhikari. You need to understand whether am I the proper Adhikari to do this? The Munis, when they came to ask Bharata questions, first of all, they were Abahita Manasa. They knew, they have observed. They only asked questions about that particular performance. They did not say, why is it not like that? Their question was, why is it like that? To get into the Tattva Mimamsa, to open the peels, to reach the core. From the periphery to journey towards the core. This is Marga. Now somebody said, oh my God, somebody is limiting me. So is it saying, does it say that if you are not Adhikari, you should not step into that at all? No. You should know where you need to be. Sutradhar Lakshan, Nata Lakshan, Nati Lakshan, so many things have been given to you. So you should set your mind that I need to be here. It is a mental preparation, and this is the beginning of the journey. This constitutes Marga, where you are and where you need to be, the journey, the path of supreme consciousness. This is what we present here today, and I hope everybody would perceive Marga it as so. Thank you.
Hearty congrats. Deep has completely summed up everything. I congratulate for this profound presentation by Dr. Piyal Bhattacharya. Please give him he is a true sadhaka in every aspect for training this young generation into the methodology. May his work continue and reach greater heights. And I wish all the participants who have exhibited very well their talent for absorbing all the nuances that Dr. Piyal has given. Once again, I congratulate them. We have skipped the first question session. Is there any queries for participants? We can make it brief because then we have a short valediction program. Any questions are there for speakers? Don't feel shy, whatever you know you want to ask. Okay, I take it as there is no question. Everybody is fully aware of everything and very knowledgeable, and you have imbibed everything. Congratulations to all of you. But I'm sure it is a great learning session. For many of you may not have known so much details about Sanskrit theatre, the language, the literature, and the allied areas where Sanskrit is predominant. It's time to invite Dr. Shri Anish Rajanji for giving the valedictory address. Before that, I request Dr. Sandhya ji to honor him with a shawl and memento. No, that is for the role of speaker. This is for presiding over the valediction. You are from the ministry. I should honor you now. This is the right time. Then you are just a speaker. And the right person is Chairman, Sangita Nataka Academy.
Indigo Airlines will not understand that I have made 2 speeches, so that they'll have to pay for extra luggage. So please don't do this to speakers. Anyway, I'm so overwhelmed by the care and the love of Nandini ma'am, and respected Nandini Ramani ji, respected Sandhya Purecha ma'am, respected Varakidi sir, I think he has already left, and all Vidwans and minstrels, academicians. I did not know many of your names. For example, I know about Radha Bhaskarji, but I have never seen you. So many names I'm quite familiar with, but I have not seen many of you here. One of the beauties of such seminars, see, it is called Rastriya Sangita Natya Nataka Sammelanam. So you have to have one glass of water after this, you know. So it's quite big, but it is big in its substance. I always like such smaller, composed, intact audience where the substance and the deliberations of the conference is way beyond its form, I must say. So the substance actually permeates the form. One thing which I forgot to mention in my presentation regarding Kudiyatam, the orality of Kudiyatam actually permeates the text. It goes beyond the text, and it also alters the text. It makes much more expanded, and the process of this expansion becomes another text. So one text creates another set of text, and explanations becomes the beauty of the Sanskrit theatre. I must say, I mean, I missed the other sessions today morning because I needed little time today early morning because I did not get much time yesterday to prepare. So I missed the first 2 sessions, but I think I came when Anupama Kailashji was presenting. I think this is something called what you call in sociology is thick descriptions of engagement. Every seminar can evoke some sort of inferences which are long lasting in nature. See, I have while I was reading for today's presentation, etc., what I found was that how do we rescue Sanskrit? Is it only through the language? This is something which we all need to ask ourselves. See, we all love Sanskrit, we all Sanskrit traditions, but we don't speak, or we don't tend to speak But is it the only thing that is required? We all love, today afternoon I was talking about the Shakespearean English, the Victorian English. We don't speak Shakespearean English, but we are aware of the place. We are aware of the worldview it has created. So like that, the worldview of the Sanskrit, and not only in terms of any particular performative or performance or particular text, the entire worldview of Sanskrit need to be taken much more seriously, and you have to make it much more popularized. How do we popularize it? The popularization is not just making it quite mass. See, it should have that aesthetic value. Any popularization will not do. See, for example, one day somebody had asked me, not somebody, officially I was asked to review a movie which was made in Sanskrit, because there was a particular reason, because this movie had reached Delhi, but it was made completely in a Bollywood style. Then I found that this aesthetic value which was conceptualized in creating that text was not at all kept intact in the movie. Though I did not mention exactly in my review, I said it is a good, but then I did not say so, but the only discount, not the discount, the only advantage, we said that whatever it may be, it is done in Sanskrit, so it has to be accepted. But maybe the author or the creator of that work would have exactly thought so. How do we actually get into the popular minds? So it requires a medium which are quite mass in nature. But at the same time, we need to hold that class of Sanskrit and the traditions. See, the number of presentations what I have gone through are very dense in nature. I know Piyalda has been otherwise a dense person, so I think he should change his name as Dense Bhattacharya rather than Piyal Bhattacharya. So is Ramchandra Shekhar. I have few observations or maybe comments regarding the thin line between Logadharmi or Natyadharmi when it comes to the stage, but that I will ask that question, maybe discuss with you. And also somebody was mentioning about connecting to the universality of the emotions, and the actor is limited or led by that universality, where I would humbly disagree, where the manodharmic expositions are exactly to break the universality of the emotions for the nada. There is a possibility of uniqueness of the actor, which can be different from the universality. The same thing can be, it is like Ashwatatma Hada Guncharaha. Like, you can actually have the meanings in a different way altogether. So, when we talk about you are led by a universality of the emotions, it is also possible that your manodharmic. So, in fact, these traditions provide such space. So, maybe I may be wrong, but these are the few thoughts, since I am told, and I was also again, for the second time, I was honored here, so I am compelled to speak. Otherwise, I would not have spoken. So. And also Sandhya ma'am was asked to come here. So anyway, I'm just doing this for her also. But we need to, that's what I said, such conferences are to take very subtle moments of presentations very seriously. And I think that is a quality of Dr. Raghavan's universe. And I don't think, I haven't read even 1% of his work, though I have got almost 2/3 of his work, 1/3 of his works, but I don't think in the lifetime would be able to finish it. So I think it's a time that we need to refer back to all this text, and especially especially something on Rasa. I think that we need to do a lot of work, and all this, I think all the talks were exceedingly good and exceedingly dense. As I always say, I was the only misfit bureaucrat in this entire scheme of affairs. So I was so glad to be here, and this may be my first presentation in Chennai as such. I haven't presented a paper or anything in Chennai till today. Though I have spoken in somewhere, but not as a presentation. So I deem it as an extremely fortunate moment. I was really tensed, to be very frank. I have told this to Sandhya ma'am and Nandini ma'am. I was really tensed to make a presentation here. But I hope we can take forward these conversations, and I hope this will culminate into a very fruitful production. So I wish all the best to the Dr. V. Raghavan Center for Performing Arts and Nandini ma'am, the entire team. It's a formidable team, and we thank all of them for their great service to the cause of our tradition, cause of Natya Nataka, Sangita, and the Rastriya of it. It is purely national. It actually permits national. It is a transnational kind of significant exercise, I must say. And thank you for your kind words and hospitality, I must say. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Anish ji, and thank you, Shri Sandhya ji, for being there for the valediction and giving the valedictory note. Just give me a minute to express my heartfelt thanks to all of you. On behalf of Central Sanskrit University, Dr. V. Raghavan Center and the Sanskrit Ranga, I am overjoyed to thank at the outset Professor Srinivasa Varaketi ji and Dr. Sandhya ji for having come all the way to be with all of us at this unique event, and for giving their erudite speeches. I extend a special thanks to the Central Sanskrit University for associating with our organizations and supporting us in a major way. In that context, I owe my gratitude to Professor Srinivas ji. To Sri Anish P. Rajan, our sincere thanks for playing the role of a speaker first, as an artist and Bharatanatyam exponent, and gratitude for being part of the seminar and also presiding over the valedictory function. I extend my gratitude to all Rasikas, scholars, students, faculty members, musicians, dancers, those of you who have traveled from outside Chennai especially to attend this event, our panel of observers, and all those well-wishers of our center and admirers of Dr. Raghavan. My special thanks to Sushma Ranganathan, my daughter, and her Surang team for video recording the proceedings. It will be uploaded in the YouTube channel later. And Sukirti Ranganathan, my granddaughter, for on-stage assistance. Manohar for photos, Anand caterers, Arthur and team for car services. Sharavanan Karthikeyan and the team of Sri Dakshinamurti Hall have been a pillar of support for today's program. I thank them and the management of the hall premises. I appreciate the support of Dr. P. Ramachandra Shekhar, J. Lalita, Dr. Vasant Kiran, Parvati Ravi Gantasala, Charumati Ramachandran, Kausalya Srinivasan, and Dr. Divya Sena, Mrs. Vinodini Shankar, for their assistance and kind support extended on this occasion. If anyone I have missed out, please pardon me, it's not intentional. Thank you all once again. There will be Samskrita Mangalam composed by Dr. Raghavan. After that, I request all of you to go have coffee and shundal and then leave with good thoughts.
Mangalam tava samskrita bhajayostute sakalavano मङ्गलं तव भारतीय महत्त्वमूलसरस्वती मङ्गलं तव मातुरखिलगिरां श्रियां शुभसंविदां मङ्गलं तव भुक्तिमुक्तिद सर्वशास्त्रमहाखले मङ्गलं तव जय जगज्जनमानसे वचने कृतौ मङ्गलं तव नवनवोल्लसिताद्भुत द्युतिसुन्दरी मङ्गलं तव संस्कृताम्ब जया जराम्ब जयामरा मङ्गलं तव देवभारती विश्वभारती भारती मङ्गलं तव देवभारती विश्वभारती भारती मङ्गलं तव देवभारती विश्वभारती भारती मङ्गलम्.
Thank you all. Once again, I thank all the guests and especially our speakers who made this event very memorable. Sri Gopalakrishna Dakshinamurti Hall, chairman of the committee, is here. I thank him for his presence and support.